Section 18 of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by Max Arthur MacAuliffe. Section 18, Sukhmani, Part 4. Lunar Days. The advantage of devotion. My sorrow hath fled, and my doubt departed, since I have taken God's shelter. Nanak hath obtained the fruit his heart desired by singing God's praises. He who singeth, he who heareth, he who meditateth on God, he who preacheth, and he who fixeth the name in his heart shall be saved. His sins shall be cut away, he shall become pure, and purged of the filth of various births. His countenance shall be bright in this world and the next, and worldly love shall not affect him. He who praiseth God is wise, a Vaishnav, a possessor of divine knowledge, wealthy, a hero, and of reputable family. The Khatris, Brahmins, Sudars, Vaisyas, and Chandals shall be saved by remembering God. Nanak is the dust of the feet of him who knoweth his God. Jaitsari Ki War 1. The fate of those who forget God. Where shall they who have totally forgotten God find an arm to grasp? Nanak, God potent to act and caused to act hath ruined them. The fate of murderers, adulterers, and robbers. Men take halters at night and go to strangle others, but God knoweth such persons. Concealed in places, they leer at other men's wives. They break into houses even difficult of access, and enjoy wine for its sweetness. But they shall afterwards regret their respective misdeeds. The angel Azrael will press them like millfuls of sesame. The fate of idolaters and ingrates. It is the servants of the true King who are acceptable. Nanak, the fools who serve other gods pine away and die. The destiny God wrote in the beginning cannot be effaced. The wealth of God's name is Nanak's capital. Ever meditate on it. In terrible hell there is much suffering. It is the abode of the ungrateful. God smiteth them, Nanak, and they die a miserable death. Jaitsari Ki War 2. Man is happy at all seasons when remembering God. Nanak, that is a delightful day when God cometh into the mind. Accursed is the season, however pleasant, when the Supreme Being is forgotten. God is man's best friend. Nanak, contract friendship with him who hath everything in his power. They are accounted false friends who go not a step with one. Miscellaneous aphorisms of the Guru. I have seen every place, there is none beside God. Nanak, they who have met the true Guru have attained their object. The condition of this perishable world is as a flash of lightning. Whoever repeateth the Lord's name, Nanak, is beautiful. Men have searched the Simritis and the Shastras, but no one hath found God's worth. He who meeteth the society of the saints enjoyeth divine pleasure. True is the name of the Creator. He is a mine of jewels. The mortal, on whose forehead such destiny has been written, remembereth God. O God, grant Nanak, thy guest, the true name as his travelling supplies. Man appeareth to be happy, but his heart is anxious, and his avarice never departeth. Nanak, without the true name, no one's sorrow departeth. They who have not loaded truth to carry with them shall be plundered. Nanak, they who meeting the Guru recognize the one God shall be congratulated. They who part friendship with God are worthless. They who are separated from their Lord, O Nanak, are entangled in the knot of doubt, and useless as the beautiful fruit borne by the akk plant. They who forget God suffer the pain of transmigration. They who forget God die, but cannot die altogether. They who turn away from God are in agony like a thief on the stake. Blessed are they who ever remember God. Nanak, blessed are they, perfect are they, and saints are they, who remember the spell of God's name at every breath they draw. The following reproach was addressed to a Musalman priest. Thou wanderest about all day under the pressure of hunger. How shalt thou escape falling into hell if thou remember not thy prophet? The following is repeated as a grace before and after meals. The beggar beggeth for alms. Give me, O dear one, giver, benefactor, I have ever remembered thee. God's unequalled storehouses are never exhausted. Nanak, unequalled is the word which hath arranged everything. Remember the word, and you shall be happy here and hereafter. O beloved, learn the word. It shall protect you from transmigration. Your faces, saith Nanak, shall become bright, and you shall ever be happy remembering the one God. Man should not pray for worldly advantages. That is the best begging which beggeth for the one God. Except the Lord's name, Nanak, all words are sinful. The condition of him who loves and is beloved by God. He in whose heart the love of God dwelleth is like the golden earth studded with gems of grass. Nanak, all his affairs become easy with whom the true Guru is pleased. The covetous go wherever they expect gain. The kite wandereth in every direction, over water, mountain, and forest, but only resteth where it seeth carrion. The Guru's devotion to God. I have made him a friend who is versed in all arts. I sacrifice to him my soul. He is the wealth of my body and soul. O beloved, if thou take my hand, I will never forsake thee. They who forsake God are evil and fall into hell's torments. Love the Omnipresent. O silly woman, dispel thy doubts, and love thou the only dear one. Whithersoever thou goest, there he is present. A hypocrite can never be equal to a saint. Persons only fitted to play at bat and ball like children, mount horses, and handle guns. Animals which fly like barn fowl wish to be on a par with swans. Salvation is obtained by repeating, hearing, or even writing God's name. He who repeateth God's name with his tongue, and heareth it with his ears, is saved, my friend. The hand which writeth God's praises with love is pure. Such have obtained all the merit of bathing at the 68 places of pilgrimage. They have crossed over the ocean of the world and subjugated the fortress of evil passions. Nanak, attach such men to the infinite God's skirt and service, and save them. God will save his servant. He who hath God hath no further desires. Nanak, all who touch his feet are saved. Asa. Mammon affects not saints but only the worldly. Maya devoureth him who loveth her. She greatly terrifieth him who seateth her down in peace. Brethren, friends, and families are at variance on beholding her. But now by the Guru's favour she is under my control. Siddhs, strivers, demigods, and men are bewitched on beholding her. Except the pious, all are deceived by her deceit. Some who wander as ascetics are in love with her. Others as family men amass wealth, but they cannot make her their own. Others who call themselves continent are greatly troubled by her. God hath preserved me from her by attaching me to the Guru's feet. She leadeth astray the penitents who practise penance. Pundits have been seduced by her into every form of greed. Maya hath bewitched earth and heaven. My true Guru hath given me his hand and saved me. Maya acteth as a servant to the holy man. With clasped hands she waiteth on him, and respectfully saith, What thou orderest, I shall do. But, O saint, I cannot approach thee. The condition of those who have renounced worldly love. My beloved hath separated me from my mother-in-law. My husband's younger brother's wife and my husband's elder brother's wife have died of grief and sorrow. I no longer heed my husband's eldest brother, since my clever and wise spouse hath protected me. Hear, O ye people, I have obtained the essence of love. The true Guru hath given me God's name, and I have killed and destroyed mine enemies, the evil passions. In the first place, I have renounced the love of pride. Secondly, I have renounced the customs of men. Thirdly, I have renounced the world, and deem an enemy and a friend the same. Fourthly, having met the Guru, I recognize the excellences of the final state. I have assumed an attitude of contemplation in the cave of rest. God appeared as light and played for me unbeaten music. I have obtained great joy by meditating on the Guru's word. Attached to my beloved, I have become ablest and happy wife. The slave Nanak herein uttereth divine wisdom. He who heareth and acteth accordingly shall be saved, shall be absorbed in God, and not again suffer transmigration. Holiness is described under the allegory of a perfect woman. A house is adorned by the presence of a woman who is virtuous and devotion incarnate, whose beauty is incomparable and conduct without reproach. Some rare holy man may find her. On meeting the Guru, I have found such a well-behaved woman. She sheddeth lustre on feasts and marriages. As long as she lived with her father, her husband wandered about very lonely. When I served and conciliated the true man, he brought her to my house, and I obtained all happiness. She possesseth the 32 good qualities. True and holy are her offspring. She is obedient, accomplished, and beautiful. She fulfilleth the wishes of her husband and her lord. She comforteth in every way her husband's younger and elder brothers' wives. She is the best of the household. She giveth counsel to her husband's younger and elder brothers. Blessed is the home in which she hath appeared, O Nanak. Its inmates pass their time in perfect happiness. The interference of Maya or worldly love in human affairs, and how she is to be overcome. If I form any plan, Maya alloweth not to mature. She standeth near virtue and continence to repulse them. She weareth many guises, and assumeth many forms. She alloweth me not to dwell at home, but maketh me wander in different places. She is the mistress of my house, and alloweth me not to dwell therein. If I try to do so, she quarrelleth with me. She was sent by God in the beginning as a ruler. She hath subdued the 9 regions and all worlds. At the banks of sacred waters, she relinquisheth not her hold on yogis and sannyasis, while they grow weary of reading the Simritis and studying the Veds. Where I sit, there she sitteth with me. She forcibly entereth every abode. Even by entering a low asylum, I cannot save myself from her. Say, my friend, to whom shall I have recourse? Having heard of the true Guru's teaching, I have come to him. The Guru hath fixed God's name in my heart as a spell. I now may dwell in my own home, singing the praises of the Eternal One. Nanak hath met God, and is free from anxiety. My house is now my own, and its former mistress and ruler is under my control. The Guru hath made me a courtier of God. The Guru versifies an address made to him by a Sikh. Having glanced at foreign countries, I have come here for traffic. I have heard, O Guru, thou hast an incomparable and profitable thing, to purchase which I have tied virtues in my dress, and brought them as my capital. Having beheld the jewel, my heart hankereth after it. O merchant, a dealer hath come to thy door. Exhibit your goods so that we may effect a bargain. God hath sent me to the merchant. Priceless thy jewel and priceless thy capital. I have found a well-disposed friend to act as broker. Now that I have made my purchase, my mind is easy. I have no fear of thieves, of wind, or of water. Quietly have I purchased, and quietly do I take away my purchase. When the true name is gained, there is no regret. I shall take my purchase home safe and sound. I have made a profit, and am happy. And thanks to the perfect merchant, the bestower, such a bargain some rare pious man hath made. Nanak taketh home profitable goods. The following was addressed to a hypocritical Brahman. O Brahman, people make thee offerings and worship thee. Thou takest from them, and yet deniest that they give thee. Thou shalt regret thy conduct at the court where thou shalt have to appear. Such Brahmans as contrive evil for the innocent shall be lost, O my brethren. With covetousness in their hearts they wander about like mad dogs. They slander others, and bear the load of their sins on their own heads. O Brahman, thou art plundered by mammon, yet thou reflectest not that in many ways thou art led astray through error. Thou wearest many religious dresses before men, but thy heart is besieged by evil passions. Thou preachest to others, but art ignorant thyself. Such a Brahman shall nowhere be acceptable. O foolish Brahman, remember God who beholdeth thee, heareth thee, and abideth with thee. Saith Nanak, if such be thy fate, renounce pride and cling to the Guru's feet. The fate of the slanderer. The slanderer roareth and screameth. He forgetteth the primal God, the Supreme Being, and obtaineth the rewards of his acts. Any friend he may have he shall take with him to hell. Vainly the slanderer taketh on himself a load as that of a boa constrictor, and burneth himself in the fire. Nanak telleth what taketh place at God's gate. God's saints are ever happy, they are in ecstasies singing his praises. Pride mars man's good qualities. In the first place, thy caste is good. Secondly, thy lineage is honoured. Thirdly, thine abode is beautiful, but the pride of thy heart marreth thy beauty. O handsome, shapely, wise, and clever man, excessive pride and worldly love have ensnared thee. Very clean is thy kitchen. Thou bathest, adorest, and appliest crimson frontal marks. Thou pratest of divine knowledge, while thou art dissolved in pride. The dog covetousness ruineth thee in every way. Thou dressest and enjoyest thyself. Thou performest religious ceremonies to be honoured of men. While thou sprinklest over thy body perfume distilled aloe wood and sandal, the pariah wrath is thine evil companion. All other creatures are thy water carriers. In this world thou issuest thine own coin. Thou hast gold and silver and copper, but thy lust hath destroyed thy virtue. The soul which God mercifully regardeth shall be delivered from its prison. That body which meeteth the company of the saints shall taste the relish of God's name, and, saith Nanak, produce good fruit. Then shalt thou be like a happy married woman endowed with all comeliness and happiness. Then shalt thou be all beautiful and wise. The Guru preaches a brief sermon on humility. The framework of the body hath been skilfully constructed, yet know for certain that it shall become dust. Remember thine origin, O thoughtless fool. Why art thou proud of such a thing? Thou art a guest on 3 seahs of corn a day. All thine other property thou hast only as a trust. Thou art ordure, bones, and blood wrapped up in skin. Is it of this thou art proud? If thou know one thing, thou shalt be pure. Without knowing it, thou shalt be ever impure. Saith Nanak, I am a sacrifice to the Guru, through whom God the omniscient being is obtained. The Guru's impatience to meet God. Separated from my spouse, one ghari appeared to me as a day, yea, as many days. My mind is distressed until I meet my beloved. Separated from my spouse, one moment appeareth to me a day, yea, it never passeth. Excessive is the desire of my heart to behold him. Is there any such saint as will cause me to meet my beloved? The 4 watches of the day appear to me as the 4 ages of the world. When night cometh, I think it will never end. The conspiracy of the deadly sins hath kept me from my beloved. Wandering and wandering, I weep and wring my hands. At last God hath shown himself to his servant Nanak, who having seen him hath obtained supreme happiness. Instead of worshipping God at home, man performs vain devotion abroad. Man, forsaking the love of God, becometh intoxicated with the love of worthless objects. He hath what he wanteth at home, yet he goeth abroad to seek it. He listeneth not to the true ambrosial word. Attached to false scriptures, he wrangleth with the holy. Taking the wages of the Lord, he serveth someone else. With such qualities is mortal clothed. He hideth himself from him who is ever with him. He prayeth again and again for what is useless to him. Saith Nanak, O God, compassionate to the poor, as it pleaseth thee, so cherish me. The intoxication of devotion. He who drinketh the essence of God is ever imbued with it. The effect of all other essences is but for a moment. He who is intoxicated with God's essence is ever happy. Anxiety is produced by all other essences. He who drinketh God's essence is inebriated and intoxicated. All other essences are worthless. The value of God's essence cannot be described. It is found in the saint's shop, but nobody can purchase it even with millions of rupees. The Guru giveth it to him who hath obtained his favour. Nanak, having obtained its relish from the Guru and tasted it, hath become astounded. Nanak, having become accustomed to its taste, cannot by any means relinquish it in this world or the next. The Guru prays for God's protection. Beside thee, O Lord, I have none other. Thou art in my heart. Thou art my friend and my companion. Why should my soul be afraid? Thou art my shelter. Thou art my hope. Sitting or standing, sleeping or waking, may I not forget thee, O God. At every breath I draw, protect me. Protect me, O God, in thine asylum. Terrible is the ocean of fire. Giver of happiness to Nanak, true Guru, we are thy children. God preserves his saints from worldly love, which is a malignant fever. God hath saved his servant, my mind is reconciled to the Beloved. My fever hath poisoned itself and died. I feel not cold or heat when I sing the praises of God's name. My vomiting totally ceased when I took the protection of God's lotus feet. By the favour of the saints, God hath been kind to me and given me assistance. Nanak ever singeth the treasury of excellences, and thus dispelleth doubt and sorrow. The Guru's instruction is medicine for the mind diseased. I have taken God's name as my medicine. I have been cured, my pain hath departed. My fever hath left me through the perfect Guru's instruction. I have become glad, my sorrows have all fled. Nanak, all animals obtain happiness by meditating on the Supreme God in their hearts. The Guru fears not the death of his body. The time of death, which man desireth not, shall arrive. Without God's order, how shall the fire of fear be put out, however much we try? The body is dissolved by water, fire, and earth, but the soul is neither young nor old, O my brethren. The slave Nanak hath entered the sanctuary of the saints, and by the Guru's favour the fear of death is far from him. The advantage of saintly association and devotion. By association with the saints, in whom God's light for ever shineth, man obtaineth a dwelling at God's feet. O my soul, ever repeat God's name, so shalt thou obtain comfort, peace, and happiness, and all thy sins shall depart. Saith Nanak, ye whose acts are perfect shall, on meeting the true Guru, obtain the perfect Supreme Being. O my true Guru, holder of the play of the world, preserve thy child. Give me sense ever to sing thy praises, my God, inaccessible and endless. When a mortal is in his mother's womb, he abideth under the support of the Name. He is happy, he remembereth God at every breath, and the fire of the womb affecteth him not. So, O man, cease to covet others' goods and others' wives, and to slander others. Relying on the true Guru, worship in thy heart God's lotus feet. The houses, mansions, and palaces which thou beholdest of these, none shall depart with thee. As long as thou livest in this Kal age, Nanak, remember God's name. Everything is false save devotion to God. Empire, property, youth, mansions, fame, comeliness and youthful beauty, great wealth, elephants, horses, and rubies purchased with hundreds of thousands, shall be of no avail in God's court hereafter. The proud must depart without them. Why apply thy mind to any but the one God? Standing, sitting, sleeping, or waking, ever and ever meditate on him. They who were victorious in the great decorated and beautiful arenas, and in the contests of the battlefield, who loudly boasted that they had the power of killing, capturing, or releasing, left everything and departed on the very day the order of the Supreme Being arrived. Man performeth ceremonial works of many descriptions, but the Creator he knoweth not. He preacheth, but he practiseth not. He knoweth not God's word. Naked he came, naked shall he depart. His acts are impure, as when the elephant throweth dust on its head. Ye good saints and friends, hear me all. False is this world. Fools have died in agony, speaking of their belongings. On meeting the Guru, Nanak hath meditated on the Name. The true Name hath saved him. Few are wakeful in God's service. The whole world is fast asleep in error and silly occupations. Only some rare servant of God is awake. Man is absorbed in greatly fascinating mammon, who is dearer to him than life. Few are they who forsake her. Some rare holy man is attached to God's incomparable lotus feet and the instruction of His saints. Nanak, they who are very fortunate, and to whom God showeth favour, are wakeful in the company of the saints, and become imbued with divine knowledge. The fate of the slanderer. The slanderer who washeth away the filth of the sins committed by the slandered in various births shall obtain his deserts. He shall have no happiness here, no entrance into God's court hereafter, and he shall be tormented in the realm of death. The slanderer hath lost his life in vain. He cannot succeed in anything, and hereafter shall not find a place. Such is the fate of the wretched slanderer. What can the poor creature do? He shall be ruined where he shall have no protector. To whom shall he appeal? There is no salvation anywhere for the slanderer. Such is the will of God. The more the saints are slandered, the happier are they. Thou, O God, art the prop. Thou art the helper of the saints. Saith Nanak, God protecteth His saints, and the slanderer He consigneth to the stream. The following was addressed to a hypocritical sannyasi. He who washeth his body while he hath filth in his heart shall lose his happiness in both worlds. Here he suffereth from lust, wrath, and worldly love. Hereafter he shall sob and weep. The way to worship God is different. The serpent is not killed by striking its lair on the outside, neither doth the deaf man hear the Name. The hypocrite, while abandoning his worldly occupations, knoweth not of devotion. He applieth himself to criticism of the Veds and Shastras, but knoweth not the real means of union with God. As a bad coin is discovered when examined by a money changer, so the searcher of hearts knoweth everything. How shalt thou hide thyself from him? The false are at once ruined by their falsehood, deception, fraud, and hollowness. Nanak uttereth this most verily. See and remember this in your hearts. The wonders wrought by the Guru's teaching. By the Guru's instruction, a low Chandal woman becometh a Brahmani, and a Sudar woman attaineth the highest rank. The craving desire for terrestrial and celestial enjoyments is extinguished and destroyed. The cat of the household is now differently trained. On seeing mice it feareth them. The Guru hath subjected the lion to the goat. The dogs eat grass. A hut hath been raised without pillars, in which the homeless find a home. Without a setter, jewels are set, and a marvellous precious stone placed among them. It is not by clamour the plaintiff succeedeth. By silence he obtaineth justice. Man dead to God while enjoying wealth, and seated upon costly carpets, now knoweth that what appeareth to the eye quickly vanisheth. He who saith he knoweth, knoweth nothing, but he who really knoweth is well known. Saith Nanak, the Guru hath given me nectar to drink, and on tasting it I am happy. The Guru's dependence on God. Where thou, O Lord, art, what fear is there? Whom shall I praise but thee? Where I have only thee, I have everything. There is none but thee. O Father, I have seen that the world is poison. Preserve me, O Lord of the earth. Thy name is my support. Thou knowest the whole state of my mind. To whom shall I go to tell it? Without the Name the whole world hath gone mad. When it obtaineth the Name, it becometh sane. What shall I say? To whom shall I tell my condition? What I want to say must be told to the Lord. What thou hast done prevaileth. Ever and ever my hope is in thee. If thou grant greatness, it is to thine own greatness. Let me everywhere meditate on thee. O God, thou art ever the giver of happiness to Nanak. Thy name alone is my strength. The Guru acknowledges his obligations to God. When I forget thee, every one vexeth me. When I remember thee, men do me service. I know none but thee, thou true, invisible, and inscrutable one. When I think of thee, thou art always merciful. What is the wretched crowd then to me? Say, whom shall I call bad or good? All men are thy creatures. Thou art my prop, thou art my support. Thou givest me thy hand and protectest me. He to whom thou showest mercy can suffer no ill. Only that is happiness, and that greatness which is pleasing to God. Thou art wise, thou art ever kind, O Lord. If I obtain thy name, I am happy. In thy presence this is my humble representation. My soul and body are totally thine. Saith Nanak, whatever distinction I possess is thine. No one knoweth my name. The following represents a conversation between a Sikh and a devout lady who asked him the questions contained in the first part of the hymn. The conversation was versified by the Guru. Thou hast escaped worldly love, impurity, and sloth. By whose favour was it done? Worldly love, once greatly fascinating, thou feelest no longer. Whither hath gone thy sloth? By what arduous mortification hast thou escaped from lust, wrath, and pride, which have ruined godly men, demigods, demons, beings possessed of the three qualities, and the whole world? A forest fire consumeth much grass. Some rare green shrub like thee hath escaped. I cannot describe such an omnipotent being. His praises cannot be expressed. In this chamber of lampblack thou hast not been besmirched. Nay, thou hast assumed a spotless colour. The Sikhs reply, the great spell of the Guru hath taken its dwelling in my heart, and I have heard the wonderful name. God hath mercifully looked upon me with favour and attached me to his feet. Through love and service Nanak hath obtained happiness in the association of the saints. The following represents another conversation between the same lady and the Sikh. Thy red jacket becometh thee. Thou art pleasing to the Lord, and thou winnest his heart. Who hath given this bloom to thy face? What dye hath given thee thy bright complexion? Thou art beautiful. Thou art a happy wedded wife. In thy house is thy beloved. In thy house is good fortune. Thou art chaste. Thou art distinguished. Thou art pleasing to thy beloved. Thou possessest superior knowledge. The Sikhs reply, I please my beloved, wherefore I have this bright complexion. Saith Nanak, God hath looked upon me with a favouring glance. Hear, my friend, this is the reward of my toil, that God himself decketh and adorneth me. Man is happy on meeting God, as a woman on meeting her husband. When thou wert distant, I greatly suffered. Now that I have contrived to meet thee, my female companions cease to taunt me. My suspicions have fled. By the Guru I am united with my beloved. My beloved hath approached and placed me on the couch. I no longer heed what people say. In my temple is the light of the Word. My spouse is joyful and happy. Through the destiny recorded on my forehead, my beloved hath come home to me, and Nanak hath found lasting wedded bliss. The Guru, while associating with the world, ever thinks on God. My soul is attached to the true name. My love for men is but artificial guise. My ties are only external. I smile on everyone, but I am separate from them as a lotus from the water. I converse with everybody, but I keep my heart with God. I appear very formidable, but in reality my heart is the dust of everyone's feet. The slave Nanak hath found the perfect Guru. He hath shown me the one God, both in my heart and in nature. However great man's pleasures, he is, as it were, dead without devotion. Man may enjoy pleasures in the vigour of youth, but without the Name he is blended with the dust. He may wear costly earrings and fine clothes. He may have a comfortable couch and be proud thereof. He may have elephants to ride and a golden umbrella over his head. But without the worship of God, he is, as it were, beneath the earth. Man may enjoy many beautiful women, but without the essence of God, all relishes are insipid. Deceived by mammon, man is led into sin and evil, but he is saved, O Nanak, by entering the sanctuary of the merciful God. The saints are likened to a garden, and Guru to a gardener. There is a garden in which many trees are planted. They bear the ambrosial name as fruit. So contrive, O man of God, that thou mayest obtain the rank of Nirvan. Around the garden, my brethren, are poisonous pools. Within it is nectar. There is one gardener to irrigate. He tendeth the leaves and branches. He bringeth many vegetables and planteth them therein. They all without exception bear fruit. He who hath received the ambrosial fruit of the Name from the Guru crosseth over the world's ocean according to the slave Nanak. The Guru prefers the spot where the saints congregate to any place of pilgrimage. If I go on a pilgrimage, I see men boasting. If I inquire of Brahmans, I find them immersed in mammon. O my friend, show me that place where God's praises are ever sung. By meditating on evil and good according to the Shastras and Veds, man again and again descendeth to hell and ascendeth to heaven. In the family man's life there is anxiety, and in the hermit's pride. The soul is entangled in religious ceremonies. He who by God's favour hath his mind under control shall be saved, O Nanak, by the Guru's instruction. Sing God's praises in the company of the saints. The place where they dwell is obtained from the Guru. Let God be ever present to man in all his avocations. Whether standing, sitting, or sleeping, meditate on God. Taking thy walks, sing God's praises. With thine ears hear the ambrosial word. By listening to it thy heart shall be glad, and all thine infirmities and troubles depart. While working, travelling, or wandering by the river's shore, repeat God's name. By the Guru's favour drink God's nectar. He who day and night singeth God's praises shall not fall in death's way. By touching the feet of him who forgetteth not God's name during the 8 watches of the day, O Nanak, emancipation is obtained. God's kingdom is for the lowly. The lowly man whom nobody knoweth shall be honoured by everywhere repeating God's name. I crave for a sight of thee. Grant it, O my beloved. Who hath not been saved by serving thee? The whole world washeth the dirt of his feet whom nobody would approach. The man who is useless to everybody is invoked as a saint by the Guru's favour. In the company of the saints the mind that sleepeth awaketh. Then, O Nanak, the Lord is dear. The omnipresence of God expressed in 3 different metaphors. God is himself the tree and its extended branches. He watcheth his own field. Wherever I look, there is the one God. He is in every heart. He himself is the sun and the expansion of its rays. He is at once concealed and manifest. He is described as possessing all qualities and no qualities. Both descriptions together apply to the one God. Saith Nanak, the Guru hath dispelled my doubts and fears, and I behold the blissful one everywhere. The Guru's self-depreciation. I know no tricks and devices of speech, but day and night I repeat thy name. I possess no merits, not even one. O God, thou doest and causest all things to be done. I, a fool, a blockhead, ignorant and thoughtless, long for thy name in my heart. I have performed no works of devotion, penance, or mortification. I have only adored thy name in my heart. I know nothing, I have little wisdom. Nanak representeth, thou art, O God, my shelter. The relation of the creature to the Creator. Thou art my lake, I am thy fish. Thou art my Lord, I am the beggar at thy gate. Thou art my Creator, I am thy worshipper. I have found thy sanctuary, O God of profound excellence. Thou art my life, thou art my support. On beholding thee I bloom like the lotus. Thou art my salvation and mine honour. Thou art the acceptor of the holy. Thou art almighty, thou art my strength. Nanak's supplication to God is, may I night and day repeat thy name, O Lord of excellences. The Guru, one day visiting his sacred tank, saw mourning in one house and rejoicing in another. Upon this he composed the following. Mourners practise falsehood. They laugh while mourning for others. One man dieth, and there is weeping for him. In the house of another there is singing. One man weepeth, another laugheth. From youth to old age man attaineth not his object. Then he regretteth lost opportunities. The world is subject to the 3 qualities, and therefore man passeth through hell and heaven. Saith Nanak, that man's birth is fruitful, and he is acceptable whom God hath applied to the repetition of his name. A man had a dream which he related to Guru Arjan. He thought he had fallen into a well and tried to ascend by the well rope. 2 mice, one black and the other white, were gnawing it away. In the well was a venomous serpent which he feared would sting him. In this dilemma a drop of honey fell into his mouth from a tree which grew over the well, and he awoke. The following was composed by the Guru on the subject of the dream. Night and day mice gnaw the rope. He who falleth into the well eateth sweets. The night passeth away in thinking and reflecting. Man, while considering the various pleasures of the world, never thinketh of God. Deeming the tree's shadow immovable, he buildeth his house beneath it. But death's noose is around his neck, and Maya aimeth her arrow at him. The sandy shore which is exposed to the waves the fool considereth to be permanent. He who repeateth the sovereign God's name in the society of the saints shall, Nanak, live for ever singing God's praises. End of section 18. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. Section 19 of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by Max Arthur MacAuliffe. Section 19, Sukhmani, Part 5. The following was addressed to a dead body. With the soul thou didst play. With the soul thou didst meet everyone. Everybody desired thee with the soul. Without it no one wisheth to see thee. Where is that soul now? Without it thou art in a sad plight. With it thou wert master in thine own home. With it thou wert distinguished. With it thou wert fondled. Without it thou wert left in the dust. With it thou hadst honour and greatness. With it thou hadst relations with the world. With it thy framework was tricked out in various ways. Without it thou hast become clay. The soul neither dieth nor is born. It acteth subject to God's orders. O Nanak, it is God who, having fashioned the body, uniteth and separateth the soul from it. He himself knoweth his own power. The attributes possessed in common by God and the saints. God doth not die, nor do we fear death. He doth not perish, nor do we grieve. He is not poor, nor are we hungry. He feeleth not pain, nor do we. There is no destroyer but God. He liveth and giveth us life. He hath no entanglements, nor have we. He hath no worldly occupations, nor have we. He hath no impurity, nor have we. When he is glad, we are ever happy. He hath no anxiety, nor have we. He is not defiled by the world, nor are we. He feeleth no hunger, and we no thirst. If he is pure, we are so also. We are nothing. He is the only being. He alone is the beginning and end. O Nanak, the Guru hath dispelled and shattered our doubts. We and God, having become united, have assumed the same colour. The advantages of loving the Lord. By love for the Lord happiness is ever obtained. By love for the Lord we feel no misery. By love for the Lord the filth of pride is washed away. By love for the Lord man is ever pure. Here, my friend, bear love and affection to God, who is our life and soul and the support of every heart. By love for God all treasure is obtained. By love for God the pure name entereth the heart. By love for God man is ever honoured. By love for God anxiety is erased. By love for God man crosseth the terrible ocean. By love for God man feareth not death. By love for God all are saved. By love for God he goeth with us. No erring man may by himself meet God. He to whom God is merciful joineth the society of the saints. Saith Nanak, I am a sacrifice unto thee, O God. Thou art the shelter and strength of the saints. The proud and rich oppressor is brought to his level by death. Man becoming a king exerciseth dominion. Committing oppression he acquireth wealth. Amassing and amassing he filleth his coffers. But God taketh his wealth from him and bestoweth it on another. The body is an unbaked earthen vessel with water therein, yet man becometh very proud of it. He becometh fearless and reckless, and never thinketh of the Creator who is with him. He raiseth and collecteth armies. But when the breath leaveth him, he becometh ashes. He possesseth lofty mansions, seraglios and queens, elephants and teams of horses to delight his heart, a large family of sons and daughters. But through love of them the fool dieth in great affliction. He who created him destroyeth him. Pleasures and enjoyments are like a dream. He is emancipated. He possesseth empire and wealth, O Nanak, to whom the Lord is merciful. The condition of the regenerate. The order of the Beloved is sweet to me. My spouse hath divorced my co-wife, who obeyed not his order. My Beloved hath decorated me his happily married wife, and slaked the burning of my heart. It is well that I did the bidding of the Beloved. I have known what happiness and tranquillity are with him. I am the handmaiden, the servant of the Beloved, who is indestructible, inaccessible, and infinite. I will take a fan and wave it over my Beloved. The 5 deadly sins which tormented me have fled. I am not of high family, nor am I beautiful. I know not how I have pleased my spouse. Though I am helpless, poor, and unhonoured, my spouse hath taken my hand and made me his queen. When first I saw my beloved friend, I obtained happiness and tranquillity, and blessed was my married life. Saith Nanak, my desires have been fulfilled. The true Guru hath united me with God, the Lord of excellences. The following is a description of Maya, or worldly love. On her forehead is a frown. Her look is sour. Bitter is her speech, rude her tongue. She is ever hungry, and thinketh God is distant, and seeth her not. Such a female hath the one God created. She hath devoured the whole world, except those whom the Guru hath protected, my brethren. Casting a net of deception, she watcheth till the whole world fall therein. She hath bewitched Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiv. Only the pious who love the Name have not been dishonoured by her. Men grow weary performing fasting, vows, and expiations. They wander to the banks of sacred streams over the whole earth, but only those who have sought the true Guru's shelter are saved. The whole world is bound by the love of Maya. The obstinate and the foolish are consumed by pride. Guru Nanak hath taken mine arm and protected me. God's praises, His name man's only support. I am a purchased slave. Thou, O Lord, art my true master. My soul and body, yea, everything is thine. O Lord, Thou art the honour of the unhonoured. I put my trust in Thee. Know that he who hath other support than the True One is feeble. Thine empire is boundless. No one knoweth its limit. He who meeteth the true Guru walketh according to Thy will. Device and cunning are of no avail. Receive, O man, the happiness which the Lord, being pleased, conferreth on thee. Even though thou perform millions of ceremonies, they will not avail thee. The slave Nanak hath made the Name his support and forsaken all other calling. The following was addressed by the Guru to his mother. If the invisible and infinite Lord dwell a little in my heart, O my mother, my troubles, pains, and infirmities shall all vanish. I am a sacrifice to my Master. My soul and body are very happy repeating His name. I have heard a little regarding that true Lord. I have obtained happiness upon happiness, O my mother, which cannot be estimated. On beholding Him with mine eyes I was pleased, and began to long for Him. O mother, I am without excellences, yet God Himself hath attached me to His skirt. God is totally beyond the Veds and the books of the world. Nanak's King hath openly manifested Himself. Magnification of the Lord, who ought to be served and remembered by His frail creatures. Hundreds of thousands of saints worship Thee, uttering, Beloved, Beloved. In what way shall I, who am without virtues and sinful, meet Thee, O my life? Thou art my prop, O Lord, sustainer of the earth and merciful God. Thou art the Lord of all, the whole creation is Thine. Thou art ever the helper of the saints, and they behold Thee ever present. They who are without the Name die lamenting. Transmigration is at an end for those who embrace the Lord's service. What shall be the condition of those who forget the Name? The whole world is like trespassing cattle. Saith Nanak, O God, do Thou Thyself cut off my shackles and blend me with Thee. Instruction to the human race. O man, forgetting all other things, think only of the one God. Put aside false pride and offer Him thy soul and body. Praise thou the Creator during the 8 watches of the day. I live by Thy gifts, O God. Show mercy unto me. O man, do that work by which thy countenance shall be bright. O God, he on whom Thou bestowest truth becometh attached to it. O man, construct such a house as shall never fall. If thou put the one God in thy heart, thou shalt never die. God is dear to those who are pleasing to Him, and by the Guru's favour, O Nanak, they praise Him the Ineffable. The bliss of those who devote their thoughts to God. What men are they who forget not the Name? They are as God. Know that there is no difference between Him and them. The souls and bodies of those who meet Thee, O Lord, are happy. They obtain happiness. All their sorrows are dispelled by the favour of the saints, by whom are saved all countries and worlds. They are perfect saints in whose heart Thou, O God, dwellest. He whom Thou acknowledgest is acknowledged. He is illustrious, accepted, and famous everywhere. O true King, fulfil Nanak's desire to adore and remember Thee day and night at every breath. Man ought ever to attend to his devotions. O Thou, the prey of sloth, why sleepest Thou, forgetting the Name? How many float away to perdition on this river of life? O man, embark on the boat of God's feet and cross over. During the 8 watches of the day, sing God's praises in the company of the saints. Thou enjoyest various pleasures, but they are empty without the Name. Without God's service thou shalt weep thyself to death. Thou dressest, eatest, and perfumest thyself and rubbest on Bhatna, but, without remembering God's name, thy body shall assuredly depart and become dust. This world is very difficult to cross. Only a few know this. They who seek God's protection, O Nanak, shall be saved. This is God's law. The Guru calls upon his saints to join him in worship and arrive at a state of exaltation. Come, my friends, let us meet and enjoy every relish. Having met, let us repeat God's ambrosial name, so that our sins may be blotted out. Meditate on the real thing, O ye saints, that no troubles may befall you. The pious are on the alert, and have destroyed all the thieves. Take wisdom and humility as your viaticum, and destroy the sin of pride. True is the shop, perfect the traffic. Deal in the ware of the Name. They who offer up their souls, bodies, and wealth are held in honour. They who are pleasing to their God enjoy themselves. Fools of weak understanding who drink wine become whoremasters. They who are saturated with God's elixir, Nanak, are the true drinkers. The Guru, as handmaiden of the Lord, offers him homage. The God whose handmaiden I am is the most exalted of all. Everything, whether small or great, is His. My soul, my life, and my wealth are admittedly the Lord's. I am accounted the handmaiden of Him through whose name I have become pure. O Thou, who art independent and full of joy, Thy name is a jewel and a diamond. She whose Lord Thou art roameth satisfied and ever happy. Ye friends and companions of my association, implant in me right understanding, that I may serve the saints with love, and thus obtain God's treasure. All are handmaidens of God, all call Him Master. It is only she whom God adorneth, O Nanak, who abideth in happiness. The duties of the holy handmaiden. Become the handmaiden of the saints and learn thy duties. The highest of all virtues is not to deem thy spouse afar. Dye thy soul with the beautiful madder of God's name. Abandon devices and cunning, and know that God is with thee. Make obedience to thy spouse's words thine ornaments. Chew forgetfulness of the world as thy betel. Make the Guru's instruction thy lamp, and spread the couch of virtue. Stand with clasped hands all day long, and thou shalt meet the sovereign God. She who is pleasing to the Creator possesseth all discretion and ornament. She is endowed with peerless beauty, O Nanak, and is a happy wife. The advantages conferred by the Guru. As long as I have mental doubts, I stray in devious paths. When the Guru dispelled my doubts, I obtained rest. The evil passions which tormented me have left me through the Guru. I have escaped from them, and they have escaped from me. Man is entangled from the moment he thinketh that worldly things are private property. I have escaped from entanglements since the Guru dispelled my spiritual ignorance. Man suffereth as long as he knoweth not the will of God. He is happy when, meeting the Guru, he recognizeth God's will. I have no enemy to torment me, nor doth any one appear to me to be evil. The servant who serveth the Guru, O Nanak, is a slave of the Lord. Devotion is pleasing to the Lord and procures a fulfilment of desires. Sing God's praises, and thou shalt obtain great happiness, comfort, and delight. If the true Guru give his name, evil influences shall be removed. I am ever and ever a sacrifice to my Guru. I devote myself to the Guru, by meeting whom I have obtained my real object. He who remembereth not God believeth in good and bad omens. Death approacheth not him who is pleasing to the Lord. The Name is superior to all gifts, charity, devotion, and penance. All his desires shall be fulfilled who repeateth God's name. His fear is no more, his errors and worldly love have fled, and he seeth none but God. Nanak, if the Supreme Being preserve, no sorrow shall befall us. The Guru sings God's praises on every occasion. I sing God's praises at home, I sing them abroad, I sing them awakening in the morning. I who deal in God's name have obtained it as my viaticum from the Guru, and completely forgotten all things beside. The perfect Guru hath given me the gift of the Name, it is my only support. In woe I sing God's praises, in weal I sing them, on my way I remember them. The Guru hath firmly fixed the Name in my heart and slaked my thirst. I sing God's praises by day, I sing them by night, I sing them with my tongue at every breath. The faith that God is with us, whether alive or dead, resulteth from association with the saints. Bestow this gift, O God, upon thy slave Nanak, that he may clasp to his heart the dust of the saints' feet, that he may hear of God with his ears, behold him with his eyes, and put the Guru's feet on his forehead. Man must die at last, and his only hope is in God. The body which thou deemest permanent is only a 2 days' guest. Children, wife, home, all thy property, the love of all these things is transitory. O man, why laughest thou? If thou look attentively, these things are like an enchanted city. Profit is only obtained by worshipping God. Clothes worn on the body fall to tatters after 2 or 4 days. However much thou runnest upon a wall, thou shalt at last arrive at its end. Salt at once melteth if put into a pitcher of water. So when the order of the Supreme Being arriveth, the soul must depart in a trice. O man, thy walking, thy sitting, and thy breathing are all counted. Ever sing God's praises, Nanak, and thou shalt be saved under the shelter of the true Guru's feet. The blessings obtained when God mercifully grants the true Guru. When God is merciful, what is reversed becometh straight, and slanderers and enemies become friends. The jewel of divine knowledge shineth in the darkness, and the impure understanding becometh purified. When I met the true Guru, I obtained happiness, prosperity, and the fruit of God's name. No one knew me, despicable that I was, but now I have become famous throughout the world. Formerly no one would allow me to associate with him, but now all men worship my feet. I used formerly to go about begging for pisa, but now all the thirst of my heart is quenched. I, who could not endure reproach from anyone, have now become patient through the society of the saints. What praises of him who is totally beyond reach can be uttered by a single tongue? Thy servant Nanak is in thy sanctuary. Make him thy slave of slaves. Man is slow to virtue, but swift to vice. O fool, thou art very slow to thy profit. but to thy loss thou hastenest. O sinner, thou makest not good bargains, but art attracted by worthless things. O true Guru, my hope is in thee. O supreme God, thy name is purifier of sinners. I have come to thy shelter. O man, thou listenest to foul language and art entangled in it, but in repeating the Name thou art indolent. Thou greatly delightest in slander and art wrong-headed. Thou covetest thy neighbour's wealth, son and wife, and like a mad dog eatest what ought not to be eaten. Thou hast no love for the true faith. On hearing the truth thou becomest angry. O compassionate to the poor, merciful Lord God, thy name is the support of the saints. O God, Nanak hath gladly entered thine asylum. Be mindful of thine own honour. An exhortation to man to abandon worldly love. Thou clingest to perishable things. Worldly love hath bound thee. Thou thinkest not whither thou shalt have to go. Through pride thou hast become blind. O man, why not abandon the world and worship God? Thou dwellest in a frail chamber. The diseases of all the passions affect thee. While talking of thy wealth, days and nights pass away. Every moment life groweth shorter. As men are led away by sweet savours, so art thou by false and filthy occupations. Thy senses are attached to the pleasures of lust, wrath, avarice, and worldly love. Therefore the Supreme Being hath caused thee to wander again and again in births. When he who removeth the sorrows of the poor becometh merciful, all happiness is obtained on meeting the Guru. Saith Nanak, if thou day and night meditate on God, He will heal all thy maladies. So, my brethren, repeat God's name, and He who removeth the sorrows of the poor shall become merciful, and the pains of birth and death vanish. For the unworthy pleasures of a moment man forfeits his future happiness. For the fleeting pleasure of lust thou shalt suffer misery for endless time. For the enjoyment of a ghari or two thou shalt repent again and again. O blind one, remember the Lord God, thy time hath approached. Thou art misled on beholding even for a moment the beauty of the yak, the nim, and the colocynth. As is companionship with a serpent, so is an intrigue with thy neighbour's wife. For worthless objects thou committest sins, but the real thing is neglected by thee. Thou lovest what thou shalt have to abandon, and thou quarrellest with thy friends. This is the case with the whole world, but only he who hath the perfect Guru shall be saved. Saith Nanak, when man is purified, he shall cross over the terrible ocean of the world. Man cannot conceal his sins from God. What men do in secret, God seeth, though fools and blockheads deny it. They reap the reward of their own acts and regret them afterwards. My God knoweth all man's devices beforehand. Deceived by error, O man, thou triest to hide thine acts from him, but afterwards thou shalt have to confess thy heart's secrets. Man applieth himself to what God hath applied him. What can any mortal do? Pardon me, O Lord, Supreme God, Nanak is ever a sacrifice unto thee. The mortal sins, though potent, can be subdued by the saints. The 5 deadly sins subdue the 4 castes and the 4 stages of life, and trample on the 6 religious systems. They have bewitched and deceived the beautiful, the accomplished, the lovely, and the wise. Is there any puissant hero or champion to seize and destroy them? He who can pass his life killing and destroying them is perfect in this age. They form a great tribe who cannot be controlled and who will not flee. They are a mighty and obstinate army. But, saith Nanak, he who is under the protection of the society of the saints crusheth them. Sweet is the society of the saints. My beloved, the society of the saints is a stream of nectar. The Guru diverteth it not from my heart, even for a moment. On beholding it and touching it, great pleasure and delight are obtained. It is dyed with the Creator's dye. Death never approacheth him who, meeting the Guru, uttereth the Name even for a moment. God, O Nanak, embraceth and claspeth him to his heart. The occupation of the saints. Good is the society of the saints. Every watch, every hour, every moment they sing God's praises and speak of Him. Walking, sitting, or sleeping, they sing His praises. Their souls and bodies are absorbed in His feet. I am small, Thou, O God, art great. Nanak knoweth Thy sanctuary. Meditate on God who has done and will do so much for man. The soul, mind, body, life, all pleasures and enjoyments are given by God. He is the relation of the poor and the bestower of life. He is potent to save those who seek His protection. O my soul, meditate on God's name. In this world and the next, the one God who accompanieth thee is the helper. Fix thy love on Him alone. Men ponder on the Veds and Shastras to secure deliverance, but superior to all religious ceremonies and observances is the utterance of the Name. Lust, wrath, and pride depart on meeting the true divine Guru. They in whose hearts he fixeth God's name and worship best perform His service. O compassionate One, I seek the protection of Thy feet. Thou art the honour of the unhonoured. Thou, O God, art the support of my soul and life. Thou art Nanak's strength. The advantage of the saints' society and God's love. Without the society of the saints, man, ever wavering, suffereth great misery. By love of the one supreme God, the profit of God's essence is earned. Men grasp the unreal. O madmen, ye have fallen asleep. Ye are intoxicated with worldly love, families, and sensual enjoyments, and embrace fleeting pleasures. Desires which are false, joy and delight which are a dream the perverse deem real. They discover not at all the secrets of the wealth of the ambrosial name which is with them. Nanak, they whom God mercifully keepeth in the company of the saints obtain His protection. The Guru grasps the real. The love of that dear one for me. Not gold or gems or pearls or rubies. No, no, no. Not empire, not fortune, not authority, not enjoyments. None of these do I desire. In worshipping the feet of the saints and taking their protection, I find supreme happiness. All Nanak's heart burning was dispelled when he obtained the love of the Beloved. The Guru makes God manifest. O God, the Guru hath shown Thee to mine eyes. In this world and the next, in every heart art Thou, O Bewitcher. Cause of causes, supporter of the earth, Thou alone art beautiful. Nanak devoteth himself to meeting and beholding the saints. He sleepeth in complete happiness. The Guru prays God to crown his devotion. Bringing service to a successful issue, O God, I have gladly come to Thee. He who putteth God's feet into his heart and obtaineth the boon of the Name is successful. This is his happiness here and hereafter. Preserve him by association with saints. Nanak, meditate on the Name, sing God's praises, and thou shalt be easily absorbed in Him. The longing of the holy for God. O God, Thy feet are beautiful. God's saints find them in their hearts. They who have dispelled their pride and practice worship sing God's praises with the greatest zest. They long for the one God. They thirst to behold Him. None else pleaseth them. O God, have mercy upon me. What is the helpless creature? Nanak is a sacrifice unto Thee. The condition of the holy is contrasted with that of the listless and the proud. He who forgetteth God is already dead. He who meditateth on the Name shall obtain all the advantages thereof and be happy. He who practiseth pride, though he be called a king, shall be caught like a parrot, ensnared in a trap. Saith Nanak, he who meeteth the Guru shall become immovable. The Guru describes the condition of the worldly. He who sleepeth in the intoxication of sin and worldly love hath no understanding. It is only when death lifteth him up by the hair that he shall come to his senses. They who are attached to the poison of avarice and the other deadly sins acquire wealth by oppressing others. They are intoxicated with pride in what is destroyed in a moment, and demons that they are, know not God. The Veds, the Shastras, and holy men cry out, but the deaf hear not. They utterly lose their game, and the fools regret what is lost. All the tax they pay shall be by way of punishment, and it shall not be credited in God's court. O men, the work by which God would cast the veil over your sins you have not performed. Since the Guru hath shown me that the world is such as it is, I have sung the praises of God alone. Having renounced all pride in his strength and skill, Nanak hath entered thine asylum. What the holy gain by devotion? By dealing in the name of God, the saints and holy men are appropriated, the Beloved is obtained. His praises are sung, and the music of the 5 instruments is played. When I obtained God's favour, I obtained a sight of him, and am now imbued with his love. By serving the saints, I conceived love and affection for my darling Master. When the Guru fixed divine knowledge in my heart, I rejoiced that I should not be born again. I have obtained tranquillity and the treasure of God within me, and renounced all the wiles of the lust of my heart. For a long time my soul hath been very thirsty. O God, grant me a sight of thee, show thyself unto me, embrace poor Nanak who hath entered thine asylum. The Guru in his humility and sense of dependence on God prays to him. Would that someone would destroy the strong fortress of sin, save me from desires, avarice, deception, worldly love and error, and that the diseases of lust, wrath, avarice and pride would leave me. May I in the company of the saints love God's name, sing his praises, meditate on him day and night, and capture and raise the rampart of error. Nanak, the name is my treasure. The Guru instructs a disciple. Abandon lust, wrath and covetousness, and remember God's name in thy heart. The worship of God is a profitable work. Forsake the sins of pride, worldly love and falsehood, and ever utter God's name. O man, attach thyself to the feet of the saints. Awake and remember the feet of the Lord God, who is compassionate to the poor, the purifier of sinners, and the Supreme Being. Serve God, O Nanak, and thy lot shall be perfect. The play of the world. God hath exhibited this play consisting of rejoicing and mourning, joy and sorrow. One moment man feareth, again he feareth not, and other times he pursueth his fancies. One moment he enjoyeth pleasures, and again he abandoneth them. One moment he practiseth yog, penance, and worship of many kinds, and again he wandereth in error. And sometimes, O Nanak, God of his mercy applieth men to his love by association with saints. The Guru continues his instruction. Take the protection of the one God, utter the hymns of the Guru, obey the orders of the True One. Receive the treasure of the Name in thy heart, and thou, O man, shalt enter into happiness. He who in life is dead shall cross the terrible ocean. Call him the Fearless, who is the dust of all men's feet. O man, the instruction of the saints removeth all anxieties. Sorrow can never approach him whose happiness is in the Name. All men obey him who listeneth to God's praises. Nanak, profitable is his advent into the world, and he is pleasing to the Lord, O my soul. The Guru prays to the Lord of the unowned. God is for him who hath nobody besides. He who knoweth the state of his heart knoweth everything. Save me who have fallen. This, O my soul, is Nanak's prayer. The Guru's message to his soul. O my soul, who hast come from afar, hear my message. Everybody hath abandoned the things to which thou art attached. They were as a dream for those who repeated God's name. They who leave God and attach themselves to others hasten to transmigration. It is only they who repeat God's name who shall continue to live. He to whom God is merciful, O Nanak, becometh his worshipper. Asa Ashtapadi. Man must make his choice between God and Mammon. When I please the 5 virtues, I displease the 5 sins. When I put the former into my heart, I dispossess the latter. In this way the city of my body is peopled, O my brethren. Trouble departed from me when I grasped the divine knowledge of the Guru. The Guru hath made a fence around the true religion. Meditation on the divine knowledge of the Guru is a strong, thorny gate. O my brethren and friends, sow the field of the Name, and make the perpetual service of the Guru your traffic. Make all your shops out of peace and rest and happiness. The wholesale dealer, the retail dealers, form a company in the one God's name. Where the true Guru hath set God's seal, neither infidel tax, nor fine, nor poll tax is levied. Load and dispatch your cargo of the name. So shall you, under the Guru's instruction, return home with a profit. The wholesale dealer is the true Guru. The retail dealers are his disciples. The stock in trade is the name. The remembrance of the True One is the account kept. O Nanak, everlasting is God's city. He who serveth the perfect Guru shall abide in it. Asa Birhara. Worship God alone and you shall be happy. Remember the supreme God, O my friend, and sacrifice thyself for a sight of him. O my dear friend, why abandon him whose memory causeth sorrow to be forgotten? I would sell this body to the saint, O my dear friend, if he caused me to meet the beloved. The pleasures and attractions of sin are insipid. I have abandoned them, O mother. Lust, wrath, and covetous forsook me, O my dear friend, when I fell at the true Guru's feet. They who are imbued with God go not elsewhere, my dear friend. They who have tasted God's essence, O my dear friend, are satisfied and contented. They who seize the skirt of the saint, O Nanak, shall cross over the terrible ocean. Asa Chant. Jubilation on spiritual victory. Joy, great joy, I have seen God. I have tasted his sweet essence. His sweet essence hath reigned on my heart. Through the kindness of the true Guru I have obtained composure. Since the 5 enemies fled, my home hath become habitable, and I sing a song of rejoicing. The holy saint being my intercessor, I am comforted and satisfied with the ambrosial word. Saith Nanak, when I saw God with mine eyes, my heart was gratified with him. Highly adorned are my beautiful gates. My continual guests are the beloved saints. When I did homage to them and served them, they adjusted mine affairs. God himself is the groomsman. He himself is the bridesman. He himself is the priest. He himself is the God of marriage. He himself adjusteth his own affairs. He himself sustaineth the world. Saith Nanak, when the bridegroom sitteth at home with me, adorned are my beautiful gates. The 9 treasures in abundance then enter my house, and I obtain everything by meditating on the Name. By meditation on the Name with composure and devotion, God is ever my helper. My cares are at an end, my transmigration hath ceased, and my mind no longer feeleth anxiety. When I call out God's name, spontaneous music playeth, and there is a scene of wondrous splendour. Saith Nanak, when the Beloved is with me, I obtain the 9 treasures. All my brethren and friends become overjoyed when I, on meeting the Guru, conquered in the very toilsome struggle of the arena. When on meeting the Guru I repeated God's name, I conquered, and the walls of the fortress of error were demolished. I obtained the wealth of many treasures, and God stood by to assist me. He whom God hath made his own possesseth divine knowledge, and is conspicuous among men. Saith Nanak, the brethren and friends of him on whose side standeth God rejoice. How man should love God. When water and milk are placed over a fire, the water alloweth not the milk to burn. O men, in that way love God. As the bumblebee becometh entangled and intoxicated by the odour of the lotus, and leaveth it not even for a moment, so relax not a whit thy love for God. Dedicate to him all thine ornaments and enjoyments. Man in the company of the saints hath no fear of what is called the way of death, where wailings are heard. Sing and meditate on God's praises, and all thy sins and sorrows shall depart. Saith Nanak, chant the song of God, O man, love him, and bear him such affection in thy heart as a fish beareth water. It hath not a moment's happiness out of it. Such love bear God, O man. The chatrik, thirsty for raindrops, chirpeth every moment, rain, beautiful cloud. So love God, give him thy soul, and fix all thine attention on him. Be not proud, seek God's protection, sacrifice thyself for a sight of him. The woman who hath true love for the Guru, and with whom he is well pleased, shall meet her parted spouse. Saith Nanak, chant the song of the eternal God. Love him, O my soul, and bear him such affection as the love of the sheldrake for the sun. She feeleth much anxiety as to when she shall behold the day. As the cockle in love with the mango sweetly singeth, so love God, O man. Love God, be not proud. All are but guests of a single night. Now why art thou, who earnest and shall depart naked, attached to and enamoured of the world? By entering the asylum at the feet of the pious, the worldly love thou feelest now shall depart, and stability be thine. Saith Nanak, sing the chant of the merciful Being, O man, and love God as the sheldrake watcheth for the day. As the deer at night hearing the sound of the bell giveth its life, so, O man, bear love to God. As a wife in love with her husband waiteth on her beloved, so give thy heart to thy darling. So give thy heart to thy darling, enjoy him, and thou shalt obtain all happiness and bliss. My friend, my beloved, we have met after a very long time, and I have clothed myself in red. When the Guru became the mediator, I saw God with mine eyes. None appeareth to me like my beloved. Saith Nanak, chant the song of the compassionate and fascinating one. O man, grasp God's feet, and such love bear thou him. End of section 19. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. Section 20 of the Sikh religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by Max Arthur MacAuliffe. Section 20, Sukhmani, Part 6. The great God to whom all creation is subject cannot be obtained by idle pilgrimages and ablutions. Of roaming and searching from forest to forest, and of many ablutions I have become very weary. Nanak, when I met the holy man, I found God in my heart, whom countless munis and penitents seek for, whom millions of Brahmas worship, and whose name is uttered by men of divine knowledge. To meet whom, the Bright One, men perform devotion, penance, mortification, religious ceremonies, worship, many purifications and adorations, wander over the earth and bathe at places of pilgrimage. O God, men, forests, glades, beasts and birds all worship thee. The merciful beloved God is found, O Nanak, and salvation obtained by meeting the society of the saints. Millions of incarnations of Vishnu and Shiv with the matted hair desire thee, O merciful one. For thee their souls and bodies feel endless longing. The Lord is infinite and unapproachable. He is the all-pervading God and Master. Demigods, Siddhs, and crowds of celestial singers meditate on thee. The Yakshas and Kinars utter thy praises. Millions of Indars and various gods repeat thy name, O Lord, and hail thee. Thou art the patron of the patronless, saith Nanak. Thou art the compassionate. Associate me with the saints that I may be saved. Millions of Devis and Lakshmis serve thee in diverse ways. Invisible and visible beings, wind, water, day and night adore thee. The stars, the moon, and the sun meditate on thee. The earth and the heavens sing thy praises. All the sources of production and all articulate creatures ever meditate on thee. The Simritis, the Purans, the four Veds, and the 6 Shastras repeat thy name. Nanak, through the society of the saints meet the purifier of sinners, to whom the saints are dear. As much as God communicated to me, so much doth my tongue utter. They who serve thee unknown to me are without number. Thou art the all-pervading, indefinable, unfathomable Lord. Thou art within and without all things. We are beggars all. Thou alone art the giver. Thou art not far away. Nay, thou art present and manifest. Thou art in the power of thy saints. How can their praises be recounted who meet thee? May Nanak obtain the boon and honour to be allowed to place his head on the saints' feet. God confers bliss on those who love him. Abiding is the marriage state of the saint. Her spouse neither dieth nor departeth. She who hath God for a husband shall ever enjoy him. The Lord is indestructible and invisible. He is ever young and stainless. He is not distant. He is ever present. He filleth every direction for ever and for ever. He is the Lord of the soul, from whom proceed salvation and wisdom. I love the love of that beloved. Nanak expoundeth what he knoweth from the Guru's instruction. Abiding is the married state of the saint. Her spouse neither dieth nor departeth. She who hath God for her spouse enjoyeth great bliss. Happy is such a woman, she is completely honoured. She enjoyeth honour, greatness, and happiness. She singeth God's praises, and is ever with her great Lord. She hath all perfections, the 9 treasures. Her home is never empty, it containeth everything. The married state of her whose speech is honeyed, and who obeyeth her beloved, shall ever be permanent. Nanak expoundeth what he knoweth through the Guru's instruction. She who hath God for her spouse enjoyeth excessive bliss. Come, my companions, to the holy man, and let us apply ourselves to his service. Let us lay aside our pride, grind his corn, and wash his feet. Let us efface and not parade ourselves, and our troubles shall depart. Let us take the Guru's protection, obey him, and be happy with whatsoever he doeth. Let us do him the lowest service, dispel care, be wakeful, and stand before him with clasped hands day and night. Nanak expoundeth what he knoweth from the Guru's instruction. Come, my companions, to the holy man, and let us apply ourselves to his service. He on whose forehead such destiny hath been written, applieth himself to the saint's service. The desires of him who hath obtained the company of the saints shall be fulfilled. In the company of the saints are love of God, and remembrance of his name. The sins of superstition, worldly love, and duality are all abandoned by him in whose heart dwell peace, composure, and devotion. He singeth God's praises with joy and delight. Nanak expoundeth what he knoweth through the Guru's instruction. He on whose forehead such destiny hath been written, applieth himself to the saint's service. The Guru gives way to self-depreciation. I am a sinner, devoid of understanding and virtue, friendless and low, foolish, hard-hearted, of mean birth, steeped in the mire of worldly love, enveloped in the filth of error, and in acts of pride and arrogance. The thought of death entereth not my heart. Through spiritual ignorance I am entangled with domestic enjoyments and worldly love. Youth fadeth away, age increaseth, death which hovereth over me bideth his time. Nanak representeth, my hope is in thee, O God. Preserve me, lowly though I be, in the asylum of thy saints. I have wandered in many births, and have suffered great pain in wombs. Deeming enjoyment and gold delicious, I have become entangled with them. Through transmigration I have been born innumerable times, and have wandered through many lands. Now I have taken God's protection, and obtained all comfort from his name. O Protector, beloved Lord, by me nothing was or shall be effected. Nanak hath obtained happiness, comfort, and joy through thy mercy, and hath crossed over the ocean of the world. God hath saved nominal saints. What fear have the real saints? In any case, carefully listen to God's praises. By carefully listening to his word, man obtaineth divine knowledge and the wealth of his name. He becometh imbued with God's love, and singeth his praises. Were the earth to become paper, the forests pens, and the wind a writer, the end of the Endless One could not be described. Nanak hath grasped the protection of his feet. The inward satisfaction obtained by devotion. Day and night become pleasant by remembering God's name. By love to his lotus feet, wickedness and sin depart. Pain, hunger, and poverty flee away, and man's path appeareth clear. When we meet the society of the saints and love the name, the heart's longings are satisfied. By beholding God, man's desires are fulfilled, and his whole family saved. Day and night, night and day, O Nanak, it is joy to remember God's name. The Guru prays for grace to remember God. To utter God's name in the company of the spotless saints is a holy thought. O God, saith Nanak, bestoweth mercy on me, that I may not forget thy name for a moment. The virtues of the man of pure life are conspicuous, and God renders him happy. This chant is sung by Sikhs at marriage. The stars glitter on a clear night. Holy men, the beloved of my Lord, are awake. The beloved of my Lord are ever awake, and remember His name night and day. They meditate in their hearts on His lotus feet, and forget Him not for a moment. They renounce the mental sins of pride and worldly love, and efface the pain of wrongdoing. Nanak representeth, the servants of God, the dear saints, are ever awake. My couch hath splendid trappings. In my heart joy hath sprung up since I heard that my Lord was approaching. On meeting my Lord I have entered on happiness, and am filled with the essence of joy and delight. He embraced me, my sorrows fled. My soul, mind, and body all bloomed afresh. I have obtained my heart's desires by meditating on God. The time of my union with Him I count auspicious. Nanak representeth, when he met the bearer of prosperity, the essence of all pleasure was prepared for him. My companions meeting me asked me to describe my spouse. I was so filled with the sweets of love that I could not speak. The attributes of the Creator are deep, mysterious, and boundless. The Veds have found not His limit. She who meditateth on the Lord with devotion and love, who ever singeth His praises, and is pleasing to her God, is full of all virtues and divine knowledge. Nanak representeth, she who is dyed with the colour of God's love shall be easily absorbed in Him. When I began to sing songs of joy to God, my friends became glad, my troubles and my enemies fled away, my happiness and comfort increased. I rejoiced in God's name, and He Himself bestowed mercy upon me. I clung to His feet, and being ever wakeful I met Him. Happy days came. I obtained peace with all treasures and was blended with God. Nanak representeth, the saints of God are ever steadfast in seeking His protection. Why should man fall away from God for the sake of short-lived pleasure? Rise and go, O traveller, why delayest thou? Thine appointed time is complete. Why covetest thou what is false? Thou covetest what is false, and by the deceit of Maya thou committest innumerable sins. O wretched man, death hath sought thee. Thou shalt be overcome by him, and thy body shall be a heap of ashes. Thou shalt depart, leaving thy property and youth. No more shalt thou have clothing and food. Saith Nanak, thine acts shall accompany thee. Their effects cannot be effaced. Instead of pleasure, there ever resulteth pain from the commission of sin. Lo, as a deer is snared on a moonlight night, so the sins thou hast committed shall not forsake thee. They shall lead thee away with a halter around thy neck. Thou art deceived by mirage. Thou embracest an unsubstantial lover. Thou art intoxicated with avarice, greed, and conceit. Thou art brimful of pride. Nanak, man like the deer is destroyed by his ignorance, and his transmigration ceaseth not. The fly is caught in the sweets. How can it take flight? The elephant falleth into a pit. How can it escape? It will be difficult for her to escape who remembereth not her spouse even for a moment. Her sufferings and punishment cannot be reckoned. She shall obtain the fruit of her own acts. What she hath done in secret shall become manifest. She shall be ruined in this world and the next. Nanak, without the true Guru, the proud self-willed man is ruined. God's servants live by clinging to His feet. The Lord embraceth those who seek His protection. He giveth them strength, understanding, divine knowledge, and meditation. He Himself causeth them to utter His name. God Himself is the society of His saints. It is He who saveth the world. The Preserver ever preserveth those whose acts are pure. Nanak, they shall never go to hell. God's saints are under His protection. Man cannot hide his sins from God. What man doeth either by day or night shall be recorded on his forehead. He from whom man seeketh to conceal his acts is with him and seeth them. The Creator is with him and seeth them. Why committeth he sin? Do good acts, repeat the Name, and thou shalt never go to hell. During the 8 watches of the day, repeat God's name, and it shall accompany thee. Ever worship in the company of the saints, O Nanak, and the sins thou hast committed shall be blotted out. By violence and fraud thou fillest thy belly, O ignorant fool, although God the Giver continueth to give thee everything. The compassionate Lord is ever the bestower. Why forget Him? Join the society of the saints and boldly worship God. So shall thy whole family be saved. The Name is the support of the Siddhs, the strivers, the gods, the Munis and the saints. Nanak representeth, ever worship God the sole Creator. Cheat no one, God assayeth everything. They who practice falsehood and deception shall be born again in this world, while those who have meditated on the one God have crossed over its ocean. Having abandoned lust, wrath, and blame of the blameless, they have entered the sanctuary of the Lord. God pervadeth sea and land, the nether regions and the firmament. He is exalted, inaccessible, and infinite. Nanak representeth, God is the prop of His servants, His lotus feet are their support. Lo, the world is a phantom city, nothing is durable. The enjoyments of the world shall not accompany thee. God is ever with thee, remember Him day and night. Beside the one God there is none. Burn the love of worldly things. Deem that God in thy heart as thy friend, thy youth, thy wealth, thine all. Nanak representeth, he who obtaineth God by great good fortune entereth on happiness and rest. The effect of worldly love on man and other animals. The illusion of mammon is terrible. The illusion of mammon is terrible. Alas, great is its intoxication. It perverteth man's nature, and their lives, alas, pass in vain. In the deep and awful forest, alas, the thieves of the soul rob the house in broad daylight, and night and day eat the plunder. By night and day they eat the plunder. Life passeth away without God. Come to me, O God, thou Lord of mercy. Without the companionship of the Beloved, many births and deaths have taken place, and there is no salvation. I am without family, beauty, distinction, or divine knowledge. Who is my cherisher but Thee, O God? With clasped hands Nanak hath entered Thy sanctuary. O beloved Lord, grant him salvation. Alas, as a fish out of water dieth by separation from it, so how can I live without the Beloved? The deer faceth the arrow, it faceth the arrow. Alas, it sacrificeth its life while absorbed in the pleasure of listening to the hunter's bell. Love to the Beloved hath sprung up within me. I have abandoned the world to meet Him. Curses on the body which remaineth for one moment without Him. Mine eyelids close not. I am absorbed in the love of the Dear One. My mind anxiously looketh for Him night and day. They who are imbued with God's love and intoxicated with the Name lose all fear, doubt, and worldly love. Bestow mercy and compassion, O Thou compassionate, all-pervading God, that Nanak may be absorbed in Thy love. The bumblebee is humming, the bumblebee is humming. Alas, intoxicated with the savour and odour of the honey of the flowers, it entangleth itself in its love for the lotus. The heart of the chatrik thirsteth, the heart of the chatrik thirsteth. Its heart longeth for the beautiful cloud drops. When it drinketh, all its fever departeth. O destroyer of fear, O destroyer of sorrow, come to me. My soul and body feel for Thee excessive love. Beautiful, clever, wise Lord, with what tongue shall I utter Thy praise? Take me by the hand, give me Thy name. He on whom Thou lookest with favour hath his sins erased. Saith Nanak, he who beholdeth God, the purifier of sinners, feeleth no pain. I think of the Lord, I think of the Lord. Me, friendless, preserve in Thine asylum. I delight to meet Thee who giveth delight to my soul. I meditate on Thy beautiful form, I meditate on Thy beautiful form. My soul longeth for a knowledge of Thee, O God, who preserveth the honour of Thy suppliants. God who bestoweth full honour and destroyeth sorrow hath fulfilled all my desires. Happy was that day when God embraced me. On meeting my spouse, my couch was adorned. God casting a glance of favour on me, all my sins have been erased. Nanak representeth, my desires have been fulfilled. I have found the bearer of prosperity, the treasury of excellences. Gujari, the necessity of the Guru. Men perform devotional exercises and the 6 religious acts of the Hindus. Worldly people are steeped in such things. But without the Guru, the filth of pride leaveth not their hearts, and they lose their game. O my God, mercifully preserve me. Out of millions, some rare man is a servant of God, all others are worldly. The Shastras, the Veds, the Simritis, all have I searched. they all utter one cry. Without a Guru none obtaineth salvation. Observe and consider this in thy mind. Were one to bathe at the 68 places of pilgrimage and wander over the whole earth, were one to perform various purifications day and night, all would be darkness without the true Guru. Running hither and thither I traverse the whole world, but now I have arrived at God's door. God hath removed my sinful desires and enlightened my understanding. Nanak is saved under the Guru's guidance. Man through his perversity is ever doing what he ought not to do. Man proposeth to go to the west, but he is led away to the east. God in an instant establisheth and disestablisheth. He holdeth in his hands the result of man's designs. Human devices are of no avail. What my Lord deemeth fit shall continue to be. Men who go forth with the object of acquiring territory and amassing money die on the way. Their armies, officers, and servants, all shall they leave and depart to the city of death. Through obstinacy man asserteth himself, and deemeth there is none other like himself. The food which blameless persons have reprobated and laid aside, he eateth again and again. He to whom God is kindly disposed and merciful shall have his shackles cut off. Saith Nanak, he who hath met the perfect Guru is acceptable, whether he be a family man or an anchoret. The advantages of devotion and charity. They who repeat the priceless name shall have their shackles cut off. They shall be freed from the sins of lust, wrath, worldly love, and the disease of pride. They who joining the company of the saints sing God's praises shall have their hearts purified by the favour of the Guru and obtain the highest of all happiness. I have adopted this as my worship, to deem good whatever God doeth. To consider friends and enemies as the same is an index of the way to God. He filleth every place, wherefore I go nowhere. He is in every heart, uninterruptedly in all things. He is immersed in love and dyed with love. When God is merciful and compassionate, man arriveth at the abode of the fearless. In one moment his troubles and anxieties are at an end, O Nanak, and he becometh absorbed in God. Man ought to trust in God alone. Every one to whom I address myself is full of his own troubles, but he who heartily adoreth the Supreme God shall cross over the terrible ocean. None but the great God can remove this distress and sorrow. Whoever forsaketh God and become a worshipper of others shall find his honour, dignity, and reputation decrease. They who are acquaintances and relations for the sake of mammon are of no avail. God's slave, even though he be of lowly birth, is exalted. In his company man obtaineth whatever his heart desireth. Even though man have thousands and millions of viands obtained by sin, yet shall his hunger not be satisfied thereby. By remembering the Name, there appear endless lights by which the unseen is manifested. Wandering and wandering, I have arrived at thy door, O Destroyer of fear, Sovereign God. Nanak desireth the dust of the saints' feet. In it he findeth his happiness. All worldly possessions are temporary. The Name alone is permanent. Man first dwelleth in his mother's womb. Leaving it, he cometh into the world. He then desireth splendid houses, beautiful gardens and mansions, but none of these shall go with him. Vain is every desire of the covetous. The perfect Guru hath given me God's name. It is a thing that becometh my soul. Man is attached to and rejoiceth in the company of dear friends, relations, sons, brethren, and wife. But when the last moment hath arrived, death seizeth him while they look on. By unworthy means man amasseth wealth, gold, silver, and copper, but he really only gaineth his hire as a labourer. Everything else passeth to others. Horses, elephants, chariots man acquireth by violence, and calleth his own. But when there is a long journey before him, they will not travel a step with him. The Name is my wealth. The Name maketh me happy as a king. The Name is my family and helper. God gave Nanak the wealth of the Name, which shall never perish or transmigrate. Men of the lowest castes have by devotion obtained celestial bliss and glory. Those who have lapsed, God hath purified and made his own. Every one boweth before them. No one now asketh their caste or their tribe. Men beg the dust of their feet. Such, O God, is the effect of Thy name. Thou art the Lord of all creation. Thou specially assistest Thy servant. In the company of the saints Nanak hath obtained wisdom. Singing God's praises is his support. In this way God's servants Namdev, Trilochan, Kabir, and the Tanna of Das obtain salvation. God is unknowable. O God, none there is who understandeth Thee. How may we know Thee? Shiv, Brahma, and all the Munis have not been able to realize Thy state. The story of God is recondite and deep. God cherisheth His servants, and they sing His praises. God's servant hath no worldly wisdom, resource, or cleverness. As occasion offereth, he meditateth on God. It is God's function to love His saints. He cherisheth and fondleth them as His own children. God's saints sing His praises as their devotion, penance, mortification, and religious ceremonies. Nanak hath entered the asylum of the Lord. He hath obtained there the fearless boon of happiness. The Guru enjoins worship and saintliness. My beloved friends, worship God day and night. Make not the slightest delay. Serve the saints with love. Put aside pride and obstinacy. The entrancing merry God is my soul and honour. He dwelleth in my heart. My mind is fascinated as I behold His sports. By remembering Him, my mind is happy, and its rust is rubbed off. The importance of meeting God cannot be described. Nanak, it is beyond everything. Only the really holy man is free from worldly love. Men call themselves Munis, Yogis, and learned in the Shastras, but Maya hath them all under her control. The mind is lost in astonishment at her subjugation of the three gods and the 330 millions of demigods. She is potent and continueth to pervade the whole world. Her secret is obtained by the Guru's favour. No one besides knoweth it. Ever conquering, she hath subdued all places and enmeshed all the world. Saith Nanak, she misleadeth not the holy man, but becoming his handmaiden, claspeth his feet. The Guru humbles himself before God. Small is the power of mother, father, brother, son, and kinsman. Though various forms of mammon are seen, yet none shall go an inch with one. O God, I have none but Thee. I am helpless, devoid of merits. Possessing none, I have come to Thee. I am a sacrifice again and again to Thy feet. In this world and the next, Thine is the power to save. In the company of the saints, Nanak hath obtained a sight of Thee. To no one else oweth he obligation. God's omnipotence. In a moment Thou establishest and disestablishest. Thy worth cannot be appraised. Thou turnest a king into a beggar in a moment, and into the lowly Thou infusest splendour. O ye people, ever meditate on your God. Why are ye anxious and solicitous regarding the things which perish in a moment? O God, Thou art my prop, my perfect true Guru. I have fallen under Thy protection. I, Nanak, am heedless, silly, childish. Reach me Thy hand and save me. A supplication to God. It is Thou who conferrest gifts on all. Do Thou abide in my heart. He in whose heart Thy lotus feet are contained hath not the darkness of doubt. O my Lord, where I remember Thee, there art Thou present. O Thou who cherishest all, have mercy on me that I may ever praise Thee, that I may remember Thy name at every breath and long for Thee only. Nanak's prop is the Creator. He hath renounced the hopes he had in others. No evil can befall him whom God protects. Nanak seeketh Thy protection, O Creator. Thou, O God, art the support of the soul. What can the world do to him whom Thou aidest and protectest? The Guru humbles himself and prays to God for mercy. I have never fixed my attention on God. I have passed my life in worldly occupations and not sung the name of the Treasury of Excellences. I have, by deception, exerted myself in various ways to amass money, kauri by kauri. How much sorrow was debited to me when I forgot God and was eaten up by the arch fascinator Mammon. Be gracious, O Lord, and take not mine acts into account. O God, Thou art compassionate and benign, an ocean of clemency. Nanak hath come under Thy protection. The advantages of meditating on God. By the Guru's favour I have meditated on God, and all my doubts have vanished. Anxiety, ignorance, and fear have left me, and my sins are at an end. God's name is dear to my soul. Having met the saints, I have under their instruction meditated on God in the most sinless way. Devotion and the performance of various ceremonies are profitable when the Name is remembered. When Thou didst graciously protect me, my desires were fulfilled. May I never at any time forget God the Omnipotent. How can I describe Thy various attributes? They are innumerable and ever ineffable. Thou art the remover of the sorrows of the poor, the Saviour compassionate and merciful. The immovable dignity is obtained by remembering the Name. Nanak has firmly grasped Thy protection. Ashtapadi. God's praises and supplications unto Him. O Lord, King of men, Friend of the poor, Purifier of sinners, Dispeller of fear and terror, Abode of mercy, Treasury of excellences, profitable is Thy service. O God Gopal, great Gobind, I have taken the protection of Thy feet. Thou merciful God, cause me to cross the terrible ocean of the world. Dispeller of lust and wrath, Burner of pride and worldly love, Murari, honey of the soul, Sustainer of the earth, set aside my transmigration and preserve mine honour, Thou primal joy. Many burn in their desire for mammon, but by the Guru's spell divine knowledge is obtained in the heart, and they are healed. Prick the bubble of my pride, O Thou full of mercy, and dispel my anxieties, O Thou eternal Being. O man, remember the Omnipotent every moment, and calmly apply thyself to the contemplation of God. O compassionate to the poor, ever happy, who fillest all space, I beg the dust of Thy saints' feet. From the evils of worldly and sensual love, and from the sins of hope and desire preserve us. Preserve the faith and remove doubt from our hearts. Save us, O Formless One. Even they who are without raiment become well attired from the treasury of God's storehouses. The stupid, the senseless, and the fools become virtuous and patient by God's favouring glance. Thou shalt obtain salvation while alive by repeating the name of the Lord of the world, remembering Him and having faith in Him in thy heart. The belief that God is compassionate and merciful to His creatures and pervadeth everything is the rule of the saints. God showeth Himself to those who hear His praises and utter His name. Saith Nanak, O God, Saviour of the sinners, receive me in Thine embrace. Jaitsari Ki War 2. When God is pleased, man obtains every boon. When Thou art pleased, O kind and incomprehensible One, Thou dwellest in my heart. When Thou art pleased, O kind One, I obtain the 9 treasures in my own home. When Thou art pleased, O kind One, I act according to the Guru's instruction. When Thou art pleased, O kind One, Nanak shall be absorbed in the True One. Kings without piety are not held in honour. How many sit on thrones and have many musical instruments played for them, but without the true Name, Nanak, nobody's honour hath been preserved. The demigods and priests do homage to God. Men standing with the Ved and the book of the Musalmans meditate on Thee, O God. They who are prostrate at Thy door cannot be counted. Brahma and Indar on their thrones meditate on Thee. Shiv, Vishnu and the avatars proclaim Thy praises. Muslim priests, prophets, sheikhs and saints utter Thy name. God the warp and woof is woven into every heart. By falsehood man passeth away, by honesty he abideth. Man applieth himself to those duties to which God appointed him. They who are slow to devotion must eventually suffer. Man is slow to goodness, but a tiger to evil. Nanak, today or tomorrow the feet of the heedless shall fall into a trap. God loves man despite his sins. However evil our ways, Thy love for us, O God, is not hidden. Saith Nanak, Thou, O Lord, the true friend, hast overlooked our sins of thought. Man is saved by humbling himself before God. Countless sinners become pure by fixing their attention on God's feet. He, O Nanak, on whose forehead such destiny hath been written, obtaineth God's name for the 68 places of pilgrimage. The following is uttered by Sikhs when they put on new clothes: Thou, O God, hast given me raiment of love to preserve mine honour. O my Lord, Thou art wise and far-seeing. Nanak knoweth not Thy worth. By remembering Thee I obtain everything. I find nothing difficult. Nanak, he whose honour the true Lord protecteth can be dishonoured by no one. God is the raft to ferry man over the dangerous ocean of the world. The river is deep, I cannot ford it, yet I must because I love Thee. My heart is so to Thy feet, O God, saith Nanak. Thou art the raft and the boat. The saints are the Guru's friends. They, a sight of whom banisheth evil inclinations, are my friends. Nanak, I have searched the world all over. There are few such persons. Long for the Omnipotent. Nanak, long for that God who is the support of all, by whose power the earth resteth upon water, and timber containeth fire. The Guru prays to God who is potent to bestow. All Thou hast made is dependent on Thee alone. What Thou madest in the beginning prevaileth in the world. I am astounded on beholding Thy astounding might. Thy slave hath come under Thy protection. Act, and I shall be saved. All wealth is in Thy hands to give to whom Thou pleasest. He to whom Thou art merciful repeateth Thy name. Men read religious books without spiritual advantage. The broth is stirred with spoons, but they know not its flavour. Nanak, those men are the best who are imbued with the relish of God's love. The Guru is convinced of the unity of God. When my beloved was kind to me, I searching found one Creator. Nanak, no other can be seen. Sin may be avoided by remembering the Guru's instruction. Take aim with the arrow of truth and bring down sin. Remember the Guru's instruction, Nanak, and no sorrow shall befall thee. He who forgets God can never prosper. Millions of obstacles are in his way who forgetteth the Name. He croaketh day and night, Nanak, like a raven in an empty building. The life of an anchoret is not necessary to salvation. Nanak, I have met the true Guru, and my union with God is accomplished. Even while men laugh and play and dress and eat, salvation can be obtained. The favours conferred by the Guru. Hail, hail to that true Guru who hath demolished the fortress of doubt. Congratulations to that true Guru who hath united me with God. The Guru hath given me as a medicine the inexhaustible treasure of the Name. It hath cured the great and terrible disease of spiritual ignorance. In obtaining the wealth of the Name, I have found a great treasure, and by recognizing myself, I have won this priceless human life. The praises of the Guru, the omnipotent being, cannot be expressed. The Guru is the supreme Brahma, illimitable, invisible, and inscrutable. Effort encouraged by the Guru. O man, by striving and earning, enjoy happiness. Nanak, by meditating on God, meet Him and thine anxieties shall vanish. God destroys slanderers and protects the holy. God at once destroyed the slanderers and suffered them not to live for a moment. He caught them and yoked them to birth, for He could not endure the torments of His slaves. He dragged down the slanderers by the hair of their heads, and sent them on the road to death. He threw them into hell, where they groaned in agony. But God, true that He was, O Nanak, embraced and protected His saints. Dev Gandhari. The intoxication of devotion. Thy servant, O God, is intoxicated with Thine elixir. He who obtaineth the store of the essence of love forsaketh it not to go elsewhere. While seated, he repeateth God's name. While sleeping, he repeateth God's name. He taketh God's essence for his food. Bathing in the dust of the saints' feet is equal to ablution at the 68 places of pilgrimage. Profitable is the life of God's servant who hath made God a father of good children. Nanak, he who recognizeth the all-pervading God taketh all with him and saveth them. The following is sung at banquets, and also when the Granth Sahib is brought to the temple in the early morning. O God, this is the desire of my heart, that Thou, the treasure of mercy, the compassionate, should make me the slave of Thy saints, that I should touch their feet in the morning and behold them night and day, that I should devote my body and soul to their service and sing God's praises with my tongue, that I should ever abide with the saints and remember Thee at every breath I draw. The Name is my soul's support and wealth, from it Nanak obtaineth delight. The Guru's delicious sensation on meeting God. O beloved, Thy words are nectar. O my beloved, very beautiful, bewitcher of the soul, Thou art in everything and yet distinct. I long not for empire, I long not for salvation. My soul loveth Thy lotus feet. There may have been Brahma, Shiv, Siddhs, Munis and Indar, but I desire only a sight of Thee. O Lord, I have come helpless to Thy door, and weary that I am, have entered the asylum of Thy saints. Saith Nanak, I have met God who beguileth the heart. My soul is refreshed and happy. The unity of God. Know that there is only one God. Know Him to be one through the Guru's instruction. Why wonder? Wonder not, my brethren. God is surely contained in every place. As the fire which is in timber cannot be made available without skill, so God's door is not obtained without the Guru. Abandon pride in the company of the saints. Thus, saith Nanak, shall the primal treasure be obtained. The Guru deprecates evil communications. Turn away, O my soul, turn away from the apostate. False is the love of the false. Abandon it, O my soul, and thou shalt be saved. Thou shalt not be saved in the company of the apostate. As any one who entered a house filled with soot would become black, so whoever associated with the apostate would become defiled. But he who meeteth the Guru shall escape from Maya and flee from evil association. O merciful one, ocean of mercy, I crave this boon of Thee, not to bring me face to face with the apostate. Make Nanak Thy slave of slaves, and his head shall roll under the saints' feet. End of section 20. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. Section 21 of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by Max Arthur MacAuliffe. Section 21, Sukhmani, Part 7. Bihagra Chant. The following was composed in reply to a question how God could be worshipped. I have seen one miracle of God, O my beloved. What He doeth is perfect justice. God appointed the world as a beautiful arena, my beloved, where all men come and go. He who created the earth made men's coming and going. God inviteth some who meet the true Guru to His palace. Others wander astray in error. Thou alone, O God, knowest Thine own limit. Thou art contained in everything. Verily speaketh Nanak, hear, O saints, God dispenseth perfect justice. Come and meet me, O companions, my beloved. Let us worship God's name. Worship the perfect true Guru, my beloved. Let us smooth the way to death. Having under the Guru's instruction smoothed the arduous road, we shall obtain honour in God's court. They whom God so predestined fix their attention on Him day and night. Pride, egotism, and worldly love depart when we associate with the holy man. Saith the slave Nanak, salvation is obtained by worshipping God's name. O saint, my beloved, let us unite and with clasped hands worship the imperishable being. I have examined many forms of worship, my beloved, but they are all vain. Let us devote our souls and bodies all to Him. When soul, body, and wealth belong to the Lord, what offering shall we make Him? The compassionate God embraceth him to whom He showeth mercy. He on whose forehead such destiny was written loveth the Guru. The slave Nanak saith, let us by association with the saints worship God's name. I have returned, O my beloved, from searching in every direction, and have found God in my own home. God hath made this body as a temple, O my beloved, and He is contained therein. The Lord God is contained in everything. He becometh manifest by the Guru's instruction. Darkness is dispelled, and troubles removed when the Guru hath caused the essence of God's nectar to trickle into the mouth. Wherever I look, there and in every place is the Lord, the Supreme Being. Saith the slave Nanak, on meeting the true Guru, I have found God on returning home. The exquisitely pleasurable feeling of union with God. O pleasant night, grow long as I love the dear one. O unpleasant sleep, grow short that I may ever touch his feet. I long for the dust of his feet, and I ever beg for his name, for the love of which I have abandoned the world. Forsaking my very evil inclinations, I have become imbued with the love of the dear one, and intoxicated without wine. I have met the dear one on the right way. He hath taken my arm, and I have become absorbed in his love. Nanak imploreth thee, O Lord, to extend him the favour to continue attached to thy feet. O my friends and companions, let us remain attached to God's feet. Our hearts feel great love for the dear one. Let us pray for his service. Let us go and meet the saints of God, meditate on him, and we shall obtain his service. Let us forsake the sins of pride and worldly love, and dedicate to him our bodies, wealth, and souls. God is the great being, all-pervading, of perfect excellence. On meeting him all error and fear depart. Nanak representeth, hear my counsel. My companions, let us ever and ever repeat God's name. God's spouse is a happy wife, and enjoyeth every pleasure. She shall not become a widow. Her spouse is long-lived. She is never unhappy. She meditateth on God. Blessed and fortunate is she. She sleepeth in peace and rest. Her sins are blotted out, and she awaketh in the delight and love of the Name. She remaineth absorbed in God's love. His name is her jewels. The words of the dear one are to her sweet and pleasing. Nanak representeth, I have obtained my heart's desire. I have met God, who is a long-lived spouse. He in whose soul and body God the primal joy is contained, hath at home songs of rejoicing and millions of pleasures. God, my spouse, is infinite, compassionate, the possessor of wealth, the saviour of sinners. God, the extender of mercy, is he who causeth man to cross the terrible ocean. God embraceth him who seeketh his protection. This is the function of the Lord. Nanak representeth, I have found God as my spouse, and he ever indulgeth in dalliance with me. Dark is the night and difficult the road. There is none to light man's way and guide him but God. Thou who art imbued with love for many worldly things shall find thy way difficult. O sinner, there is none to help thee. No helper is thine. Thou shalt ever regret it. Thou utterest not God's praises. Shall these days ever return? As leaves separated from the tree shall not grow again thereon, so shall thy relations and friends part from thee, and thou shalt proceed alone on thy way to death. Nanak representeth, without the name of God, man ever wandereth in distress. O man, thou practisest deception in secret, but God, who knoweth everything, knoweth thee. When Dhamraj taketh thine account, thou shalt be pressed like a bundle of sesame. O mortal, thou shalt suffer the penalty of thine acts, and wander in many wombs. Imbued with the love of the arch-fascinator, thou shalt lose the jewel of thy human life. Thou wert clever at everything else, except repeating the one God's name. Nanak representeth, they for whom it was so destined are attracted to superstition and worldly love. The ungrateful are separated from God, and have no mediator. The all-cruel myrmidons of death shall seize them, shall seize and lead them off, and they shall obtain their desert on account of their love for the arch-fascinator. They never repeated God's praises under the Guru's instruction, so their breath shall be applied to the hot pillar. Man is ruined by lust, wrath, and pride. He loseth his senses, and then regretteth. Nanak representeth, without repeating God's name, man faileth to meet him. There is none but thee, O God, the Preserver. It is thy function to save sinners. I seek thy protection, O Saviour of sinners, Master, Ocean of mercy, compassionate. O Creator, cherisher of every heart, rescue me from the blind well. Thou art my protector. Cut away my heavy fetters, and give me the Name as my sole support. Nanak imploreth, O God, compassionate to the poor, reach me thy hand and save me. The day when God blended me with himself was fortunate. All happiness then appeared, and misery remained far apart. Comfort, ease, joy and delight ever accrue from singing God's praises. In association with the saints, worship God with love, and thou shalt not again rush through births. God graciously embraceth man according to the result of former acts. Nanak representeth, when God is met, man never again wandereth in transmigration. Prayer and praise of God. Hear my supplication, O my Lord God. Though I am full of millions of sins, nevertheless I am thy slave. O thou dispeller of grief, merciful, fascinating, destroyer of trouble and anxiety, I seek thy protection. Protect mine honour. Thou art in all things, O spotless one. Thou hearest and beholdest us. Thou art with us all, O God. Thou art the nearest of all to us. O Lord, hear Nanak's prayer. Save the slave of thy household. Thou art ever omnipotent. We are poor and beggars. O God, save us who are involved in the love of mammon. Bound by covetousness and worldly love, we have committed various sins. The Creator is distinct and free from entanglement. Man obtaineth the fruits of his act. Show us kindness, thou purifier of sinners. We are weary of wandering through many a womb. Nanak representeth, I am the slave of God, who is the support of the soul and life. Thou art great and omnipotent. My understanding is feeble. Thou cherishest even the ungrateful. Thou lookest equally on all. Unfathomable is thy knowledge, O infinite Creator. I am lowly and know nothing. Having rejected the gem of thy name, I have amassed kauris. I am a degraded and silly being. By the commission of sin I have amassed what is very unstable and forsaketh man. Nanak hath sought thy protection, O omnipotent Lord. Preserve his honour. When I sang God's praises in the association of the saints, he united me, who had been separated from him, with himself. By ever thoroughly singing God's praises, he who is happiness itself become manifest. My couch, when God accepteth me as his own, is adorned by him. Having dismissed anxiety, I am no longer anxious, and suffer no further pain. Nanak liveth beholding God, and singing the praises of the ocean of excellences. Verdans. God holds his court in every heart, but the screen that conceals it can only be rent by piety. Very exalted is his court, it hath no end or limits. Hundreds of thousands and millions hasten, but they can never reach his court. What is that auspicious hour when God is met? Hundreds of thousands of saints worship him. Hundreds of thousands of great penitents do penance unto him. Hundreds of thousands of yogis practice yoga. Hundreds of thousands of great enjoyers enjoy enjoyments. But God is not thus found. He dwelleth in every heart. Only a few know it. Is there any friend who can rend the screen between him and us? If that friend be kind to me, I will make efforts to meet God, and sacrifice my body and soul unto him. After many wanderings I have come to the saints, and all my sorrows and doubts are dispelled. God hath invited me to his court to quaff nectar. Saith Nanak, my Lord is the Most High. The love of the saint for the beloved. My heart desireth to meet the true Guru. How shall I find him, my dear? Even though hundreds of amusements be offered a child, it cannot live without milk. The hunger of my heart departeth not, O my boon companion, even though hundreds of dishes be served before me. My soul and body feel love for the beloved. How shall my heart be satisfied without beholding him? Hear, O my friend and beloved brother, introduce me to the friend and giver of happiness. He who ever repeateth to me God's words knoweth all the secrets of my heart. I cannot abide for a moment without God, and I cry for him as the chatrik for water. What excellences of thine, O God, shall I recount? Thou preservest men without merits like me. My boon companion, I am waiting for my spouse. When shall I behold the beloved with mine eyes? All my pleasures and amusements are forgotten. Without my beloved they are of no account. This vesture becometh me not. I know not how to adorn myself. I make obeisance to those companions of mine who enjoy their darling beloved. I have made all decorations, O my boon companion, but without the beloved they are of no avail. When my spouse speaketh not to me, O my companion, my youth passeth all in vain. Blessed, blessed are the happy wives, O my boon companion, who are united with their spouse. I am a sacrifice to such happy wives, O my boon companion, and I ever wash their feet. As long as duality and superstition were in my heart, I thought God distant. But when I met the perfect true Guru, O my companion, all my hopes and desires were fulfilled. I obtained the highest happiness, O my boon companion, and discovered that my beloved was everywhere. Nanak hath obtained divine pleasure, O my boon companion, by touching the true Guru's feet. Verdun's Chahant. The following is sung at marriage after the usual circumambulations are completed. O my God, my hopes and desires have been fulfilled. I am without merits, all merits are thine. All merits are thine, O my Lord. With what mouth shall I praise thee? Thou hast not considered my merits or demerits. Thou hast at once pardoned me. I have obtained the 9 treasures. Congratulations resound and unblown trumpets play. Saith Nanak, I have found a good spouse and home, and all my anxieties are at an end. Sorath. Prayer and worship are not to be addressed to idols and demigods, but only to the Creator. To whom else shall I pray? Whom else shall I worship, since it is God who created all? The different persons who appear the greatest of the great shall all be blended with the dust. The fearless, the formless, the destroyer of fear, will grant all happiness and the 9 treasures. O beloved God, I am satiated with thy gifts. Why should I flatter wretched man? What need I from him? He who meditateth on God possesseth everything. God hath appeased his hunger. The giver of happiness conferreth such wealth as shall never be exhausted. The true Guru hath introduced me to God. I am now happy and absorbed in bliss. O my soul, repeat the Name, worship the Name, utter the Name night and day. Hear the instruction of the saints, and all thy fear of death shall depart. They to whom my God is merciful are attached to the Guru's words. Who can appraise thy worth, O God? Thou art compassionate to all creatures. Whatever thou doest prevaileth. What can we, poor children, do, O God? Preserve thy slave Nanak, as a father cherisheth his son. Man's life hangs by a frail thread. His only hope is in God. Sons, kinsmen, the wife of thy household are attached to thee for thy wealth. None of them will assist thee at the last moment. Their love is all false. O man, why pamperest thou thy body? It shall vanish like a cloud of smoke. Worship the one beloved God. The body is disposed of in 3 ways. It is thrown into the river, to the dogs, or burnt to ashes. Man, deeming himself immortal, sitteth at home and forgetteth the cause of causes. God fashioned beads of many sorts and strung them together on a frail string. That string shall break, O wretched man, and then shalt thou regret. Meditate day and night on him who created thee and adorned thee. God hath extended his mercy to Nanak, who hath taken the true Guru's protection. Happiness depends on man's mental condition. To the happy, everyone seemeth happy. The sick man will have it that everyone is sick. The Lord God acteth and causeth to act. In his power is the union of the soul with him. O my soul, he who dispelleth his doubts, and knoweth that God is in all things, will have it that no one erreth. He whose soul is happy in the company of the saints, deemeth that every one is happy. He whose heart is filled with the disease of pride shall groan in the pain of birth and death. Everything appeareth manifest to him to whose eyes the salve of divine knowledge is applied. He in whom there is the darkness of spiritual ignorance seeth nothing. Again and again shall he wander in transmigration. O my Lord, hear my supplication. Nanak prayeth for this happiness, that his heart may be attached to the place where the saints sing thy praises. Men's bodies and souls belong to the saints, and it is they who procure men's salvation. Our bodies belong to the saints, our wealth to the saints, our souls are entrusted to the saints. By the favour of the saints we meditate on God's name, and all comfort then resulteth. There are no givers but the saints. They who enter the sanctuary of the saints shall be saved. Millions of sins are erased by serving the saints and singing God's praises with zest. By association with the saints, which is obtained by good fortune, man obtaineth happiness here, and his countenance shall be bright hereafter. I have but one tongue. The saints are full of various excellences. How far can I recount their praises? The inaccessible, the inapprehensible, the ever imperishable is obtained by seeking the protection of the saints. I without virtue, low, friendless, and sinful have come to their shelter. O God, rescue Nanak who is perishing in the blind well of domestic love. Prescriptions for salvation. After bathing remember God, and thy body and soul shall be healed. By taking God's protection good fortune dawneth, and millions of obstacles are removed. God's words and hymns are the best language. Sing, hear, and read them continually, my brother, and the perfect Guru will preserve thee. The greatness of the true Lord is immeasurable. The saints are dear to the Compassionate One. He hath continued to preserve the honour of the saints, and cherisheth them according to his ancient practice. God's ambrosial name ever eat as food, O man, put it into thy mouth at all times. Continually sing God's praises, and the pains of old age and death shall all flee away. My Lord hath heard my supplication, all mine affairs have been adjusted, and Guru Nanak's greatness hath shone through the whole world. The Guru feels that he cannot worship God with sufficient fervour. God is the Lord of millions of worlds. He is the benefactor of all creatures. He cherisheth and careth for us, but we, fools that we are, know none of his merits. I know not how to adore God. I only repeat, Har, Har, Guru, Guru. Wherefore, O God, my name is God's servant. The compassionate to the poor, the merciful, the ocean of happiness filleth all hearts. He beholdeth, heareth, and is ever with us. But I, fool that I am, thought him distant. God is endless. Even if I estimate and describe him, how know I how great he is? I supplicate my true Guru to instruct me a fool. That I am a fool is a small thing. Millions of sinners are saved. They who have heard and seen Guru Nanak shall not again fall into wombs. Yogi is worthless for those who have obtained the Guru's instruction. The things which afforded me great anxiety have all vanished. I fixed my breath at the top of my nose, composed myself to rest, and the upturned lotus of my heart bloomed. Behold, a wonderful thing occurred. The Guru put into my heart the wisdom of that God whom we hear spoken of as unfathomable. The deadly sins which had greatly tortured me became afraid, and implored me to save them from God, since they had entered my protection. When the storehouse of God is open, he who is so fated receiveth therefrom. One gem my Guru gave me, and my soul and body have become happy. The Guru hath given me one drop of nectar, so I have become permanent and immortal. God entrusted the storehouses of worship to Guru Nanak, and never took an account from him. God and man contrasted. We are impure, thou, O Creator, art pure. We are without virtues, thou bestowest them. We are fools, thou art clever and wise, thou knowest all contrivances. O God, such are we, and such art thou. We are sinners, thou art the destroyer of sins. Great are thy dominions, O God. Thou didst create all things, and having created, dost cherish them. Thou hast given soul and body and life. We are without merits, no merits are ours. Grant us thy favours, O kind one. Thou doest well towards us, but we are ungrateful. Thou art ever and ever compassionate. O thou, the giver of happiness, the disposer, preserve us thy children. Thou art a treasure, the immovable monarch. Men and the lower animals beg of thee. Saith Nanak, this is our condition. Preserve us through thy saints. The Guru has absolutely devoted himself to the saints. I am, beloved friends, the dust of the saints' feet. I have fallen under their protection. The saints are my powerful stay. The saints are mine ornament. I have ingratiated myself with the saints, and obtained what was allotted me. Ye saints, my soul is yours. With the saints have I dealt, with the saints have I traded. From the saints I have gained a profit. the storehouses of God's service are full. The saints entrusted to me their stock in trade, and then my mind's anxiety vanished. What can Dharmraj do, now that all his account books are torn up? Through the favour of the saints I have obtained great joy and happiness. Saith Nanak, my soul is reconciled with God, and become imbued with His wondrous love. Human pride and forgetfulness of God. Man is immersed in the darkness of worldly love, and knoweth not the Giver. Forgetting Him who fashioned his soul and body, man only admitteth his own strength. O foolish man, the Lord God keepeth an eye on thine acts. He knoweth what thou doest. Nothing remaineth concealed from Him. Thou art intoxicated with the pleasures of the palate, with covetousness and pride, the sources of many sins. Weighted with the fetters of pride, thou hast wandered in suffering through many births. Closing folding doors and hanging up many screens, man entangleth himself with another's wife. When Chitr and Gupt call for thine account, who shall screen thee? O compassionate to the poor, all-pervading, destroyer of sorrow, there is no shelter but in thee. Extricate us from the ocean of the world, O God. Nanak hath entered thy sanctuary. The omnipresence of God. As fire is contained in all timber, and butter in all milk, so the light of God is contained in everything high and low. He is in the hearts of all living things. O saints, He is contained in every heart. He filleth all space. He pervadeth sea and land. The true Guru hath dispelled all my doubts. Nanak singeth the praises of the ocean of excellences. The Omnipresent is contained in all things, though ever distinct from them. The Guru has obtained everything precious from God. When the great God was merciful, I obtained all the desires of my heart. By touching God's feet and singing His praises, I have become immortal. It was a good and completely auspicious occasion. By repeating the Name, I have obtained peace, composure, and happiness, and unblown trumpets play for me. On meeting the Lord, my beloved, my house and home became comfortable. The slave Nanak hath obtained the treasure of God's name, and all his desires are fulfilled. The greatness of the Guru. When the Guru's feet dwelt in my heart, God granted me excellent qualities. When the omnipresent supreme God became merciful, I saw the treasure of His name within me. O my friends, the Guru is my preserver. He ever bestoweth greatness and glory twofold and fourfold. The men and lower animals who hath beheld Him are all saved. Wonderful is the greatness of the perfect Guru. Nanak is ever a sacrifice unto Him. Some Sikhs repeat the following before the Sohila at bedtime. The word of the Guru is my protection. It guardeth me on every side. My soul is attached to God's name, and so for shame death hath fled away. O Lord, Thou bestowest happiness on me. Thou, the omnipresent God, hast cut away my fetters and cleansed my heart. Nanak, God perisheth not. His worship is not in vain. By repeating Thy name, O God, Thy saints rejoice, and all their desires are fulfilled. The Guru's devotion to God and its results. I am a sacrifice to my Guru, who hath preserved mine honour intact. I ever meditate on my God, and thus obtain the reward my soul desireth. O ye saints, there is none beside God. He is the cause of causes. He hath given us His blessing, and made all other creatures subject to us. Nanak, when I meditated on the Name, all my sorrows departed. Man should not be ashamed, but should be eager to worship God. As a hungry man is not ashamed when eating, so God's slave is not ashamed when singing His praises. Why be slothful in thine own business? By remembering God, thy face shall be bright in His court, and thou shalt obtain happiness for ever and ever. As a lustful man is greedy to gratify his lust, so is God's slave to sing His praises. As a mother is wrapped up in her child, so the holy man repeateth God's name. He who obtaineth the Name from the perfect Guru shall, O Nanak, meditate upon it. The Guru's prayer and its result. Hear my prayer, O my Lord. Men and animals are protected by Thee. O Thou cause of causes, protect the honour of those who repeat Thy name. O beloved Lord, extend Thy sovereignty over us. Whether bad or good, we are Thine. When the omnipotent Lord heard this appeal, He cut off my fetters and regenerated me. He dressed me in a robe of honour, blended His worshipper with Himself, and Nanak became conspicuous as a mountain. God's kindness to his saints. God hath subjected men and the lower animals to his saints. All are servants at their courts. God hath accepted his saints and causeth them to cross the terrible ocean. He hath arranged all their affairs. The compassionate to the poor, the merciful, the ocean of mercy, the omnipresent is my master. God's servant on whom he bestoweth the robe of devotion is everywhere welcome and respected, and not allowed to want for aught. Nanak knoweth God's power. Sorath Ashtapadi. Man corrupted by association with the world is saved by the Guru. The mother's womb is an ocean of grief, O my beloved. There God causeth his name to be repeated. When man emergeth therefrom, O my beloved, his evil passions develop and his worldly love increaseth. Him to whom thou didst show favour, O my beloved, thou hast caused to meet the true Guru. Such a man worshippeth thee, O my beloved, at every breath, and is attached to thy name. Thou art the support of my soul and body, O my beloved. Thou art the support of my soul and body. There is no creator but thee, O my beloved. Thou art the only searcher of hearts. Man cometh into the world, O my beloved, after wandering in countless births and suffering pain in various wombs. He forgot the true Lord, O my beloved, and so suffered heavy punishment. They who have met the perfect true Guru, O my beloved, are attached to the true name. We are saved, O my beloved, by following those who take the protection of the True One. He who eateth because the food is sweet, O my beloved, maketh his body ill. Bitter is the consequence, my beloved, sorrow is the result. Thou, O beloved, having caused man to eat sweet food, hast led him astray, so his separation from thee shall continue. O my beloved, thou hast introduced to the Guru and saved those who were so destined from the beginning. Man is full of longing for mammon, O my beloved. God never entereth his heart. The bodies of those who forget thee, O Supreme God, become ashes. They utter many a groan, O my beloved, but their torture ceaseth not. They whom thou didst introduce to the Guru and regenerate, retain their capital intact. As far as possible, O my beloved, associate not with the infidel. On meeting him, O my beloved, man forgetteth God and become dishonoured. The perverse obtain no entrance into God's court, O my beloved, but are punished by death. It is said that a man went to the Guru and told him that he had long performed various religious ceremonies, but his heart was still troubled. He asked the Guru for the remedy, and also the way to God. The Guru replied as follows: Although man read and study the Veds, perform the Nivali and Bhujangam feats, he shall not escape from the company of the 5 deadly sins. Nay, he shall be the more entangled in pride. O my beloved, it is not by such means God is found. I know it, for I have done many such things. I have dropped down weary at the Lord's door. May He grant me wisdom and discrimination. Man may be vowed to silence. He may live on leaves. He may roam about naked in the forest. He may visit all the places of pilgrimage on earth. But even then he could never escape from worldly love. With a desire in his heart for emancipation, he may take his seat at the place of pilgrimage and apply his head to the saw. But even though he made hundreds of thousands of such efforts, his mental impurity would not depart. He may bestow gifts of many sorts: gold, women, horses, and elephants. He may offer corn, clothes, and lands in abundance, but even then he could not reach God's door. He may continue attached to worship, adoration, obeisance, prostrations, and the 6 acts, but he could not in that way find God. He would merely fall into the meshes of pride. Men have grown weary performing yoga and the 84 postures of the Siddhs. Man may attain a long life, but without association with God he shall be born again and again. He may enjoy the sport of kings and the delights of empire, and issue orders not to be disobeyed. He may possess beautiful couches, and use sandal and distilled aloe wood, but such things form the gate of terrible hell. Singing God's praises in association with His saints is the highest act of all. Saith Nanak, this privilege is obtained by him whose acts recorded in previous births entitle him to receive it. Thy worshipper, O Lord, is intoxicated with Thy love. Since the destroyer of the sorrows of the poor became merciful unto him, his soul hath been absorbed in God's praises. Dhanasari. How the senses lead astray. The fish, long in love with the water, loseth its life on leaving it. The bumblebee dieth on account of its love for the lotus, it cannot find its way out. Now my soul hath contracted love for the one God. Under the true Guru's instruction, I recognize him who neither dieth nor is born, and who is ever with us. Through the force of lust the elephant is ensnared, the poor animal falleth into another's power. The deer giveth up its life for the hunter's bell, through love of it he is slain. Mortal beholding his family is led astray by covetousness and wrapped up in mammon. Very much attached to worldly things, he deemeth them his own, and at last departeth without them. Know that he who loveth any but God shall ever be miserable. Saith Nanak, the Guru hath explained to me that by God's love man ever rejoiceth. Man blindly commits sinful acts and only abstains when his eyes are opened by the Guru. It is man's practice to do what he shall be ashamed of. He slandereth the saints, reverenceth the infidel, and adopteth other such perverse practices. Led astray by worldly love, he loveth what he ought to eschew. Like a mirage or the green leaves of the forest, even so is man's state. Even if a streak be made on a donkey's body with sandal, he will still prefer ashes. So man, instead of loving God's nectar, devoteth himself to the sinful enjoyments which deceive. The best saints to purify men in this world are to be found by good fortune. The jewel of life is lost in exchange for worthless glass bead. When the Guru applieth to man's eyes the salve of divine knowledge, the sins and troubles of many births flee away. By love to the one God in the company of the saints, Nanak hath escaped from these evils. The worship of the Hindus, of the Yogis, and of the Jains is unavailing. Worship, fasting, frontal marks, ablution, the bestowal of copious alms and presents at festivals, austerities, and flattering addresses to God never prevail upon him. Man only obtaineth rest by repeating God's name. All search for God in various ways, but the search is difficult, and he is not found. Lip worship, penance, wandering over the earth, the performance of austerities with body reversed, following the path of the Yogis and the Jains, it is not by such things the Lord is satisfied. It is by repeating his ambrosial and priceless name and praises he is obtained by the man to whom he showeth mercy. By association with the saints the love of God is obtained. Nanak is made happy by the dust of the saints' feet. Man is helpless without God. I am miserable, save me, O Lord. I can do nothing of myself, O my Lord. Mercifully grant me thy name. Family and the world are a sea of fire. Doubt, worldly love, and spiritual ignorance are storms therein. While on the crest of the wave man is happy, while in the trough he is unhappy. His thirst and hunger are never allayed. From yielding to mental desires resulteth the disease of the deadly sins. The 5 deadly sins, man's companions, are very intractable. The lives, souls, and wealth of the world are thine, O God. Nanak, know that God is ever near. The foolish man is attracted by temporary, not permanent advantages. Value as a straw the things which forsake thee. They are useless entanglements. Man loveth the things which depart not with him. His enemies he deemeth his friends. In such error is the world led astray. The fool loseth the boon of human life. He is not pleased to see even the true religion. Deeming falsehood and deception sweet, he is attached to them. He loveth gifts, but forgetteth the giver. The wretched creature thinketh not of death. He weepeth for the loss of the property of others. He forfeiteth the benefit of all his religious acts. Understanding not the will of God, he suffereth transmigration. He committeth sins and then regretteth. What pleaseth thee, O God, is acceptable. I am a sacrifice to thy will. Nanak is thy poor slave. Preserve me, O my Lord. The sensible man hoards up God's name and praises. God's name is the support of poor me. To earn God is my daily occupation. The name of the one God is what I hoard up, that it may be useful to me in this world and the next. Dyed with the peerless dye of God's name, the saints sing the excellences of the Formless One. Excessive humility is the glory of the saints. They recognize their greatness in God's praises, and find their happiness in God's service. In it they obtain comfort and their anxieties depart. Where the saints meet together, they celebrate God's praises with music and song. Joy hath its abode in the saints' company, which is obtained by him on whose forehead such destiny was written. With clasped hands I supplicate them to allow me to wash their feet and sing their praises. O compassionate, merciful, and omnipresent God, Nanak liveth on the dust of the saints' feet. The rich, the landlords, and the rulers should consider themselves inferior to the saints. As the rich are proud beholding their wealth, and landlords their lands, as the monarch deemeth that all sovereignty is his, so God's saints are proud of their Lord's support. If any one remember his protector, and act as he endoweth him, he shall not be the worse therefore. Nanak, by the favour of the saints they shall sing God's praises, and their hearts become pure, who, forsaking idols, take refuge in the one God, saying, we have entered thy sanctuary. God's kindness to his saint. God, who extended his might in the four quarters of the earth, put his hand on my head, looketh on me with an eye of favour, and dispelled my sorrows. He hath preserved me his slave. Embracing me, the compassionate one, the pardoner, wiped out all my demerits. Whatever I ask of my God, he granteth me. Whatever God's slave Nanak uttereth shall prove true, both in this world and the next. God is ever man's friend and helper. God, remembering his function, alloweth not man to see the hour of trouble. He giveth his hand, preserveth his own, and cherisheth them at every breath they draw. My soul continueth devoted to God. At the beginning and the end, God is ever our helper. Hail to our friend. On beholding the marvellous greatness of the Lord, my soul is delighted. Nanak is happy remembering God. The omnipotent Lord hath preserved mine honour. The vigilance of the holy. Deem him unfortunate who forgetteth the Lord of life, the giver. He whose soul is attached to God's feet shall obtain a tank of nectar. Thy slave awaketh in the love of God's name. All sloth hath now departed from his body, and his soul is attached to the Beloved. Wherever I look, there is God, a thread on which every heart is strung. Drinking the water of the Name, the slave Nanak hath parted with love for all beside. Ashtapadi. The society of saints is superior to all places of pilgrimage. The more I bathed at sacred places, the more impurity of pride I contracted. The Lord of my heart accepted not at all my exertions. When shall I obtain the society of the saints, in which there is ever divine pleasure? My spirit will love therein, and I shall obtain the eye salve of divine knowledge. He who practiseth obstinacy, and look for wealth, like a crane watching a fish, shall be of no account. Is there any such bestower of happiness as will recite to me legends of God? When I meet such a person, I shall be saved. Jaitsari. Man amasses wealth in vain, and has no real friend but God. Doth any one know who is a friend in this world? He to whom God is merciful can tell, his ways are pure. Parents, wife, sons, relations, lovers, friends, and brethren meet according to the acts of previous births, but at the last hour none of them will aid one. In collecting pearl necklaces, gold, rubies, diamonds, and wealth, which gladdeneth the heart, man's life is passed. Ever grumbling, he is never contented. Were he to possess elephants, carriages, steeds, swift as the wind, land, and armies, of these none would go with him. He must depart naked. God's beloved saints are beloved by him. In their company sing God's praises. Nanak, when man hath the society of such saints, he is happy in this world, and his face shall be bright in the next. The following was written after the Guru's conversation with the Bairagi. O happy wives, my companions, give me intelligence of my beloved. I am astonished at the different accounts I hear of him. I relate them to you. Some say that God is altogether distinct from the world, others that he is altogether included in it. His colour is not seen, his outline is not distinguished. O happy wives, tell me truly. He is included in everything, he dwelleth in every heart, yet he is not blended with anything, he is separate. Nanak saith, listen, O people, put the saints' word into your hearts. A song of rejoicing. Desirable is my friend. Gladly sing songs of rejoicing in every house, for he dwelleth in every heart. Worship him in weal, worship him in woe, forget him not at any time. By repeating the Name there is the splendour of millions of suns, and the darkness of superstition vanisheth. Thou, O God, art in all places, whatever appeareth is thine. Nanak, he who obtaineth the society of the saints shall not again be subject to transmigration. Jaitsari Chant. The Guru's passionate thirst for God. I thirst day and night for a sight of Thee, O God. I ever think of Thee night and day. Nanak, the Guru opening the doors of my understanding hath caused me to meet God, the Friend. Hear me, my friends and good people, I make one representation. I wander, O my beloved, searching for the fascinating darling. Show him to me, O my beloved, grant me a sight of him even for a little, and I will lay down my life for you. Mine eyes are dyed with the colour of the beloved, and rest not even for a moment. My soul is attached to God as a fish to the water, as the thirsty chatrik to the raindrops. The slave Nanak hath found the true Guru, and all his thirst is quenched. O my friend, I am not equal to any of the companions of the Beloved. O my friend, one of them is better than the other. Who thinketh of me? Of his many companions one is better than the other. O my beloved, the Lord ever playeth with them. On seeing them, my heart also longeth to obtain the Lord of excellences. I would lay down my life for any one who pleaseth my darling. Nanak saith, hear my prayer, O ye happy wives. Show him to me, that I may see what my beloved is like. O my friend, I love my beloved, but he careth not for me. O my friend, thou hast enjoyed the darling. Point him out to me who inquireth for him. They on whose forehead such destiny was written obtained the darling by effacing their pride. God took my arm and drew me towards him regardless of my merits or demerits. Everything becometh her on whom thou hast put a garland of virtues and clothed in red. Nanak, blessed is that happy wife with whom her husband abideth. O my friend, I have obtained him who hath ever been the subject of my vows. The spouse I desired hath come and congratulations have been sung. I am in great joy and happiness. The Beloved is kind and ever affordeth me new delight. I have been very fortunate. The Guru hath caused me to meet God through the true society of the saints. My hopes and desires are all fulfilled. My body is united with that of my Beloved. Nanak representeth, through meeting the Guru I have obtained the object of my vows. Man compared with a traveller who amasses no wealth. The world's inhabitants are travellers filled with pride. Impelled by the love of mammon, they commit various sins. They are drowned in covetousness, worldly love, and pride, and think not of death. They pass their lives talking of their sons, friends, worldly affairs, and wives. When the days they were destined to remain in the world have expired, they shall suffer on beholding the myrmidons of death. Nanak, the deeds that have been done cannot be wiped out. Why hath man not earned the wealth of God's name? Man maketh many efforts in worldly affairs, but God's name he singeth not. Wherefore he wandereth about in numberless births, dieth, and is born again in beasts, birds, rocks, trees, whose number cannot be told. Man reapeth what he soweth, and obtaineth the results of his own acts. The jewel of his life he loseth in play, and pleaseth not his God. Nanak representeth, man wandereth in error, and obtaineth not rest even for a moment. When youth hath fled, old age sitteth down in possession. The hands tremble, the head shaketh, and the eyes see not. The eyes see not without worshipping God. Man leaveth his wealth and departeth. Man's relations with whom he has worn out his mind and body obey him not, nay, they throw dirt on his head. The love of the infinite and omnipresent God abideth not for a moment in the heart. Nanak representeth, there is no delay in the destruction of the false who are as thoughts of paper. Nanak hath fallen under the protection of God's lotus feet. God himself causeth me to cross the rough and terrible ocean. Meeting the company of the saints, I have worshipped God, and he hath embraced and preserved me. He hath granted my prayer and bestowed on me his name. He hath not regarded my demerits. I have obtained God, the treasury of excellences, the infinite whom my heart desires. Nanak representeth, I have partaken of the feast of God's name, by which I am satiated. End of section 21. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. Section 22 of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3 by MacAuliffe, Section 22. Jaitsari Ki War. It is said that the whole of the Jaitsari Ki War was composed by the Guru as instruction to a Sikh named Locke. Parts of it are read daily, and the whole completed in 10 days after the decease of a Sikh. Slok 1. In the beginning God pervaded creation. In the present He pervadeth it. In the future He will pervade it. Nanak, the saints remember the all-pervading One who is the destroyer of sin and Lord of the world. Behold, hear, and cause others to hear, and fix the True One in thy heart. Nanak, be absorbed in the love of God who is fully contained in all things. God's omnipotence and omnipresence. Body 1. Sing of God, the only pure One. He is contained in everything. He is potent to do and cause to be done. What He doeth taketh place. In a moment He establisheth and disestablisheth. There is none but Him. He pervadeth the continents, the universe, the nether regions, the islands, and all worlds. He whom God causeth to understand, understandeth. He alone is the pure man. Why forget God who brought man forth from the womb? Slok 2. God, having put thee into thy mother's womb, made the framework of thy body. Thou didst remember Him at every breath, Nanak, and so the great heat did not consume thee. With body reversed, thou didst dwell in a filthy place. Nanak, why forget that Lord by whose name thou didst escape therefrom? Body 2. O man, thou wert conceived from blood and seed, and placed in the fire of the womb. Thy head downward, thou wert dirty, restless in the darkness of a terrible hell. By remembering God, thou wert not burned. Clasp Him to thy heart and soul. Forget not for a moment Him who preserved thee in a painful place. By forgetting God, thou shalt never be happy, but shalt lose thy human life. Ever remember God and His benefits. Slok 3. God bestoweth the gift of the fulfilment of the heart's desires and of all hopes. Nanak, remember God who destroyeth suffering and misery. He abideth not far away. Love Him through whom thou enjoyest all pleasures. Nanak, forget not that Lord even for a moment who made this beautiful body. Thank God for what He hath given thee. Body 3. God who is able to give, gave thee soul, life, body, wealth and pleasures to enjoy. He gave thee houses, mansions, chariots, horses, and made thee fortunate. He gave thee sons, wife, friends, servants. Meditate on that God. Thy soul and body shall be refreshed, and the pain of separation from Him healed. Repeat God's praises in the company of the saints, and all thy maladies shall depart. Man's first duty is to God. Slok 4. They who strive for the sake of family and make various efforts for wealth, who are without the service and love of God, O Nanak, are as ghosts. That love shall fade which is devoted to any other than God. Nanak, true is the way of loving the Lord. The body perishes unhonoured, wherefore man should remember God, with whom rests salvation. Body 4. By forgetting God, the body becometh ashes, and every one calleth it a ghost. Even they whom one loved allow him not to remain a moment in their house. Of what use is wealth improperly amassed? As man soweth, so shall he reap. His body is the field of acts. The ungrateful who forget God shall wander in transmigration. Superstitious ceremonies are of no avail. God's light in the heart burns all sin. Slok 5. Millions of alms, ablutions, and various penances for a purification are of no avail. Nanak, to repeat God's name with the tongue removeth all sin. However much firewood one may collect, if a spark be applied to it, it will be consumed in a moment. So when the true Lord dwelleth in the heart, Nanak, all sins disappear. The effect of remembering and praising God. Body 5. Millions, yea, all sins depart by remembering God's name. Man obtaineth the reward his heart desireth by singing God's praises. The fear of transmigration is removed, and a lasting and true abode obtained. If it be so decreed in the beginning, man becometh absorbed in God's feet. O God, mercifully preserve me. Nanak is a sacrifice unto thee. The Guru likens to worms those who think only of pleasures. Slok 6. They who turn their thoughts to peerless houses, to pleasure, and to delights of the palate, and who never think on God, such people, Nanak, are worms in filth. Forsake all worldly things. Why fix thy love on them? Nanak, the body which forgetteth the Lord shall become ashes. Body 6. Man may enjoy a beauteous couch, varied pleasures, and all delights. He may possess a palace, gold and silver. He may use perfumes and wear pearls and diamonds. He may enjoy the pleasures his heart desireth and have no anxiety whatever. But if he remember not God, he shall be like a worm in ordure. Without God's name there is no peace. How shall the heart be consoled? The bliss of spiritual happiness obtained by toil. Slok 7. Anchorets search in the 10 directions for the love of God's lotus feet. They renounce deceptive mammon, Nanak, in the delightful company of the saints. May I repeat God's name in my heart and with my lips, and wander preaching in all countries. Nanak, all worldly things are false. I live by hearing God's true fame. The poor and holy man, if pious, is king of the world. Body 7. He who liveth in a ruined hut with all his clothes torn, who hath neither caste, nor lineage, nor respect, who wandereth in the wilderness, who hath no friend or lover, who is without wealth or beauty, and who hath no relation or kinsman, is king of the whole world, if his heart be filled with God's name. God is well pleased with him, and men are saved by the dust of his feet. Worldly pleasures are vain without devotion. Slok 8. A man may have many sports, empire, pleasures, beauty, the umbrella of empire, fans waving over him, and a throne to sit on. They who are absorbed in such things are fools, ignorant and blind. Nanak, the desire for mammon is a dream. In dreams man enjoyeth all pleasures, and worldly things appear sweet to him. Nanak, without the name beautiful Maya is deceptive. The fool is misled by his folly. 48. The fool attacheth his heart to a dream. When he awaketh, he forgetteth empires, pleasures, and delights, and suffereth disappointment. His life passeth away in pursuing worldly things, but his desires have not been fulfilled, because he hath been fascinated by Maya. What can the poor creature do when God himself leadeth him astray? The condition of the persons and habitations of those who forget God. Slok 9. They who forget God, Nanak, are as wanderers in the wilderness. Even though they dwell in heaven or conquer the 9 regions of the earth, where there are millions of plays and spectacles, without remembrance of the name, Nanak, that place is desolate, and equal to millions of hells. 49. Man deemeth a place a city, though it be only a very terrible wilderness. On seeing false wealth, man believeth it to be real. Men go mad through lust, wrath, and pride. When the club of death falleth on their heads, they shall regret. He who wandereth without the company of the perfect divine Guru is a demon. Everything deceives except devotion to God. Slok 10. Deceptive is empire, deceptive is beauty, deceptive are wealth and pride of birth. Man amasseth poisoneth wealth with deceit and guile, Nanak, but nothing can go with him save God's name. Men mistake on beholding the colocynth which appeareth beautiful. It is not worth an eighth of a paisa. Nanak, Thus wealth appeareth beautiful, but will not depart with one. Contempt of wealth and condemnation of idolatry. Pauri 10. Why amass what will not go with thee as thou proceedest? Say why thou endeavourest to acquire what thou must leave behind. How can thy mind be contented and not distressed when thou forgettest God? He who forsaketh God and attacheth himself to idols shall abide in hell. O God, be merciful and compassionate, and dispel Nanak's dread of transmigration. The holy man finds no pleasure in worldly enjoyments. Slok 11. Not sweet to me are the pleasures of empire, not sweet are sensuous enjoyments, not sweet are the pleasures of wealth. Sweet is association with God's saints, O slave Nanak, sweet is the sight of God. It is thus love is produced, and the mind absorbeth therein. The real thing is then found, and the Lord is then sweet. Pauri 11. Without God nothing is sweet to his saints. All other pleasures are insipid. I have seen this after careful search. The doubt and pain of ignorance were removed when the Guru became my mediator. When the love of God's lotus feet pierced my heart, it became as if dyed with madder. God then dwelt in my life, my soul, my mind, and my body, and everything that was false vanished. The lower animals are led by the senses, the saints only by devotion. Slok 12. The fish cannot live without water, nor the chatrik without the cloud. The deer is smitten with the arrow of the bell, the bee is entangled by the odour of the flower. The saints are pleased by God's lotus feet, Nanak, and by nothing else. The Guru's love for God. O God, may I behold thy face without blinking, and not turn my mind elsewhere. Nanak will abide with that Lord God, who is the friend of the saints. Pauri 12. How can a fish maintain life without water? How can a chatrik be satisfied without raindrops? As the deer fascinated by the bell runneth towards the huntsman, as the greedy bumblebee on finding an odorous flower hath shut itself up in it, so holy men love God and are satisfied on beholding him. Slok 13. The saints meditate on God's lotus feet and adore them at every breath. They forget not the name of the imperishable one. O Nanak, the supreme God fulfilleth their hopes. God is stitched into their hearts and is never a moment out of them. Nanak, the true Lord fulfilleth their desires and ever watcheth over them. A supplication. Pauri 13. O Lord, fulfil my hopes who have hopes in thee. He who meeteth God shall never grieve. My heart desireth thee. Grant me a sight of thee that my anxiety may depart. May my body be purified with the dust of thy feet. May the supreme God, through the divine Guru, be ever present. The devotion of the saints. Slok 14. Nanak is ever a sacrifice to those who meditate on the Supreme Being, who repeat his name with their tongues and hear his ambrosial word in their ears. Everything is false save the Lord alone. Nanak, blessed are they who love the True One. Holy are they who in any manner are concerned with God. Pauri 14. I am ever a sacrifice to those who hear God's story. Perfectly distinguished are they who bow their foreheads to God. The hands of those who write the praises of the Endless One are adorned thereby. Their feet are pure and clean who walk in God's way. They are saved with the saints, and all their sorrow fleeth away. Happy the time when the saints meet God. Slok 15. To make effort and repeat God's name are completely obtained by God's will. Happy that moment, O Nanak, when I obtain a sight of God. The value of that moment cannot be estimated. Its happiness is beyond measure. Nanak, that time is acceptable when my beloved meeteth me. Pauri 15. Tell me what time that is when I shall obtain God. That time is very auspicious when I shall meet the Lord. By meditating on God for the 8 watches of the day, the desires of the heart are realized. By great good fortune, the company of the saints is obtained. I bow and touch their feet. My heart thirsteth for a sight of the saints. Nanak is a sacrifice unto them. The reward of devotion. Slok 16. God is the purifier of sinners, the remover of every sorrow. Nanak, they who repeat his name enter his secure asylum. They altogether abandon pride and cling to God's feet. Nanak, on beholding God, their troubles and anxieties depart. A fervent prayer. Pauri 16. Blend me with thee, O compassionate one. I have fallen at thy door. Preserve me, O compassionate to the poor. Wandering I have become very weary. It is thy function, O God, to love the saints and save sinners. Besides thee there is none. Grant my supplication. Take me by the hand, O compassionate one, and save me from the ocean of the world. The cure for the heart's fever. Slok 17. I have the support of the praises of the merciful God who saveth the saints. Nanak, man groweth pure by associating with the saints and taking shelter in God. The heart's fever is not at all removed by sandal, the moon, or the cold season. It is cooled, Nanak, by repeating God's name. Salvation is secured by devotion. Pauri 17. All men are saved by the shelter of God's lotus feet. The heart groweth fearless on hearing God's glory. There shall be nothing wanting when the wealth of the Name is stored up. The society of the saints is obtained by great meritorious acts. Meditate on God during the 8 watches of the day, and ever hear His praises. All mercies are obtained by repeating God's name and praises. Slok 18. Nanak, to repeat the praises of the name of the merciful Supreme Being is to obtain mercy, to remove sorrows, and to shake off mammon. The burning fever of my heart hath been quenched. God Himself hath preserved me. Nanak, repeat the name of that God who created the world. The results of meditation and holy association. Pauri 18. When God is merciful, we will feel not worldly love. Millions of sins are removed by meditating on the one God. When the body is bathed in the dust of the holy man's feet, it becometh pure. The mind and body are relieved. Man obtaineth the perfect God, and he is saved with his family and all his tribe. Praises of the true Guru. Slok 19. The Guru is Gobind. The Guru is Gopal. The perfect Guru is Narayan. The Guru is merciful. The Guru is omnipotent. Guru Nanak is the saviour of sinners. The Guru is the boat to cross over the dangerous and unfathomable ocean of the world. Nanak, everything is effected by touching the feet of the true Guru. The Guru's power. Pauri 19. Hail! Hail to the divine Guru in whose company God's name is repeated. When the Guru is merciful, all demerits vanish. The Supreme Being, the divine Guru, exalteth the lowly. He cutteth off the galling chains of mammon, and maketh man his servant. Through him the tongue singeth the praises of the eternal God. God alone to be worshipped. Slok 20. The one God is seen, the one God is heard, the one God is spoken of. Nanak beggeth the gift of His name. O compassionate Being, mercifully grant it to him. I worship the one God. I remember the one God. I make supplication to the one God. Nanak hath amassed the wealth of the names, the real capital. God alone is merciful, omnipresent, and omnipotent. Pauri 20. God is merciful, illimitable. He alone filleth the world. He is everything Himself. Whom can I mention like Him? O God, Thou grantest gifts, and again receivest them. Transmigration dependeth altogether on Thine order. Immovable is Thine abode. Nanak beggeth a boon. Mercifully grant him Thy name. Vain are decorations and wealth without devotion. Dodi. Without knowing God, man's birth were vain. He decketh and adorneth himself in various ways, but it is as though he were dressing a corpse. The miser runneth in every direction, amasseth wealth with toil. Yet he practiseth not charity or serveth the saints, and his wealth availeth him not. A woman putteth on her jewels, decketh her couch, and maketh great preparations. If she obtain not the company of her spouse, the sight of her decorations will but pain her. A man may work all day pounding husks with a pestle, yet he only suffereth pain like a forced labourer. His wealth shall not be spent on himself. God implanteth His name in the heart of him to whom He is kind. Nanak, such a man yearneth for the society of the saints and obtaineth God's love. A prayer to God. Ocean of mercy, dwell for ever in my heart. So enlighten my understanding that I may love Thee, O God. May I obtain the dust of Thy saints' feet to apply to my forehead. From being a great sinner, may I be purified, and sing Thy praises and Thine attributes. May Thine order be sweet to me, and what Thou doest please me. May what Thou givest satiate me, so that I may run after no one else. O Lord God, may I ever know Thee near me, and may I remain the dust of all men's feet. May I meet the company of saints, so that I may obtain my God. We are ever and ever Thy children. Thou, O God, art our Master. Saith Nanak, we are children. Thou art our father and mother. Put Thy name as milk into our mouths. The Guru prays for God's name as the sole means of salvation. O Lord, I crave Thy name as a gift. Naught else shall depart with me. May I also obtain the favour of singing Thy praises. Empire, wealth, varied pleasures and enjoyments are all as the shadow of a tree. Man hasteth in every direction, but all his efforts are vain. All his affairs who desireth other than God appear to be unstable. Nanak prayeth for the dust of the saints' feet, that his mind may obtain rest. God's name is all things to the Guru. God's name is the support of my soul. By its use my life, soul, and mind are comforted. The Name is my caste, the Name is my lineage, the Name is my family. The Name is ever my companion. God's name delivereth me. The pleasure of worldly things is much spoken of, but none of them shall depart with Thee. The Name is my beloved and my friend. God's name is Nanak's storehouse. By devotion, mind and body are purified. Sing God's excellent praises, and thy maladies shall be healed. Thy countenance shall become bright, thy heart pure, and thy life profitable in this and the next world. Wash the Guru's feet, serve him, and make him thy heart as an offering. Abandon egotism, contention, and pride. Accept what cometh from God. He on whose forehead such destiny hath been written attacheth himself to the Guru's service. Saith Nanak, except the one God, there is none able to accomplish aught. The Guru prays God to forego his account. O true Guru, I have sought Thy protection. May I obtain Thy name to give comfort and glory and remove my anxiety. I behold no other place of shelter. I have arrived weary at Thy gate. Heed not my account. Without it I may be saved. Deliver me, though devoid of virtue. Thou ever forgivest. Thou art ever kind. Thou supportest all. The slave Nanak followeth the saints. Save him in this human birth. The Guru's beatitude when singing of God. When my tongue singeth of God, who is an ocean of merits, peace, composure, and delight spring up in my heart, and all sorrows take flight. O man, whatever thou askest, thou shalt obtain by worshipping God's feet, the abode of pleasure. They shall free thee from both birth and death, and carry thee across the terrible ocean of the world. Searching and searching, I have ascertained that the real thing is to depend on God as his slave. If, O Nanak, thou desire everlasting happiness, ever remember God. The miser especially needs God's favour. O miser, thy body and soul are full of sin. In the company of the saints worship the Lord. It is He alone who draweth a veil over thy sins. When there are many holes in the boat, they cannot be stopped by the fingers. Address Him who made the boat, and they shall be stopped, and the frail boat becomes sound. If anyone try to lift a mountain with words, he cannot succeed. Where it was, there it remaineth. Nanak hath no strength or power. O God, preserve him. He hath sought Thy protection. They who are slaves of mammon shall with difficulty be saved. Alas, alas! The wealth in which thou art wrapped up, O fool, is little or naught. What thou deemest thine own is not thine. Thou hast not thought of thy God for a moment. What belongeth to another thou deemest thine own. Thou hast not given a place in thy heart to the name which is with thee. Thou hast attached thy heart to things which thou must abandon. Thou hast amassed worldly things, but remainest hungry and thirsty. Thou hast not obtained the viaticum of the ambrosial name. thou hast fallen into the pits of lust, wrath, and worldly love. Nanak, through the favour of the Guru, some rare man is saved. Serving the one God is the Guru's sole occupation. I have but one God, I recognize none other. I have found my Guru through great good fortune. He hath impressed on me God's name, which is to me devotion, penance, fasting, and religious observances. By meditating on God, I have obtained all comfort and peace. To praise God is my devotion, my occupation, and my caste. I feel great joy on hearing His praises. Saith Nanak, he who hath found God hath all things in his home. The Guru has found God by diligent and pious search. Man desireth the love of God the Beautiful, but God's love is not obtained by mere words. Searching for a sight of Him, I look in every lane. My doubts have been dispelled on meeting the Guru. I have obtained this wisdom from the holy man, according to the destiny recorded on my forehead. In this way Nanak hath seen God with his eyes. Reject mammon and be simple at heart. O mother, mammon is deceitful. She is, if God be not worshipped, as burning grass, the shadow of a cloud, or the water of a hill stream. Renounce thy devices and great cleverness. Clasp thy hands and follow the way of the saint. Remember the Lord, the searcher of hearts. This is the best fruit of human birth. Holy men preach divine knowledge, but luckless fools understand it not. The slave Nanak is absorbed in love and devotion. By remembering God, the filth of his sins hath been burnt. God's saving name is obtained from the Guru. O mother, the feet of the Guru are dear to me. God giveth them by favourable destiny. Millions of advantages are obtained by beholding the Guru. By singing the praises of the immortal and indestructible, unmannerly lust, wrath, and pride vanish. They who are dyed with the true love become permanent. Birth and death shall not again torment them. I deem all joys and pleasures false, except worshipping God through the compassionate Guru. The slave Nanak hath obtained the jewel of the Name. Without it every one is robbed of his human birth. Bairari. The advantages of congregational devotion. The saints meeting together sing God's praises, and thus remove the pain of millions of births. What the heart desireth is in this wise obtained. They have mercifully granted me God's name, in which abide all happiness and greatness. By the Guru's favour, Nanak hath obtained this knowledge. Dilang. The kindness of God. Kind, kind is the Lord. The Lord is kind. To all creatures He giveth gifts. Why waver, O mortal? The Creator will protect thee. He who gave thee birth will support thee. He who created the earth will take care of thee. He is the Master and the true cherisher of all hearts. His power and worth cannot be known. He is great and unconcerned. Servant of God, do Him service as long as there is breath in thy body. Thou, O God, art all-powerful, ineffable, inapprehensible. The soul and body are thy property. Nanak's prayer ever is that by thy mercy he may obtain happiness. The Guru praises God under whatever name known. O Creator, on beholding thy might, I long to meet thee. Thou alone art my spiritual and temporal Lord. Thou art unsullied by the whole creation. In a moment thou makest and unmakest. Wonderful are thy manifestations. Who knoweth thine acts? Thou art a light in the darkness. O Allah, thou thyself art the Lord of the world, the merciful Khuda. Why should they who adore thee day and night go to hell? Azrael is a friend of the slave whose support thou art. All the sins of thy servant who obtaineth a sight of thee are pardoned. All worldly things are for the present. True happiness is to be found in thy name. On meeting the Guru, Nanak hath ascertained this. Wherefore he ever singeth the praises of the one God. Suhi. God has installed the Guru as a beloved housewife in his palace. God hath given me possession of the household. I have become the housewife. My spouse hath made the 10 organs of action and reflection my slaves. I have put together all the things of the house, and with thirsty desire I long for my beloved. What merits of my beloved spouse shall I mention? He is the wise, handsome, and compassionate God. I have put on chastity as my ornament, and applied the fear of God as a pigment to mine eyes. I chew the ambrosial Name as my betel. My bracelets, my dress, mine ornaments admirably become me. A woman obtaineth all happiness if her beloved go to her house. I have fascinated my spouse by the charm of my virtues. I have made him subject to me, and the Guru hath dispelled my doubts. My palace is the most exalted of all. My beloved hath forsaken all other women and become my lover. The bright light of the sun hath appeared. I have spread my couch with infinite faith in him. My darling, who affordeth ever new delight, hath come to my couch to enjoy me. Nanak, when I met my beloved, I obtained happiness. Man is unable to render due thanksgiving to God for all his favours. What praises of thine shall I recount, O thou who bestowest on me though devoid of virtue? What skill hath a purchased slave? This soul and body are totally thine. I am a sacrifice to a sight of thee, thou merry, beloved, and fascinating darling. O God, thou bestowest on me a poor beggar. Thou art ever and ever beneficent. What can be accomplished by myself is nothing, O my inaccessible and infinite Lord. What service shall I perform? What shall I say to please thee? How shall I obtain a sight of thee? Thy measure cannot be ascertained. Thy limit cannot be found. My soul thirsteth for thy feet. Becoming bold, I pray to obtain this gift, that the dust of the saints' feet be applied to my face. The Guru extended mercy to his slave Nanak, so God reached him his hand and saved him. Man is swift to evil and slow to good. Man riseth early for evil deeds, but he sleepeth when it is time to repeat God's name. The fool knoweth not his opportunity. He becometh involved in worldly love and pleasures. In the midst of his covetousness he is elated, pleased, and looketh not even at holy men. The ignorant clown never understandeth. He is again and again involved in entanglements. He is pleased on hearing immoral songs, while his mind is slow to hear God's praises. O blind one, thou seest not with thine eyes. Thou must leave all these false occupations and depart. Saith Nanak, O God, mercifully grant me the favour of the company of thy saints. Man obtaineth something when he becometh the dust of the saints' feet. He to whom God giveth understanding repeateth his name. The Guru's instruction: Man seeth with his eyes, but yet is blind. He heareth, but yet is deaf. What is near him he deemeth distant. The sinner ever committeth sin. O mortal, do such acts as shall secure thy deliverance, and repeat God's name, the ambrosial word. Thou art ever filled with the love of horses and palaces, but none of them shall depart with thee. Thou scrubbest thy vessel of clay, yet it is very foul, and shall be punished by death's mace. Man is bound by lust, wrath, covetousness, and worldly love, and is thereby swallowed up in a great pit. Hear Nanak's prayer: O my God, save me, a sinking stone. The Guru's self-sacrifice and abject servility to God's saint. God's saint is my life and wealth. I am his water carrier. He is dearer to me than all brethren, friends, and sons, yea, than even life itself. Let me make a fan of my hair, and wave it as a chauri over the saint. Let me bow my head beneath his feet, and apply their dust to my face. Like a poor man, let me offer him my supplications with sweet words. Abandoning pride, let me fall at his feet, and obtain the treasure of virtues. Let me obtain a sight of him again and again. Let me treasure up his ambrosial word in my heart, and make him continual obeisance. I desire the society of holy men. I hope for it. I pray for it. O Lord, have mercy upon Nanak, that he may touch thy slave's feet. God's praises. I supplicate the true Guru to grant me the Name as my support. When the true King is pleased, the world is cured of its fever. Thou, O Lord, art the prop of the saints. Thou art the shelter of the saints. Thou art the true Creator. True are thy chattels, true thine extension. Thy form is unapproachable, unequalled as the sight of thee. I am a sacrifice to thy servants, to whom thy name is dear. All hopes are fulfilled when the unapproachable and the unequalled is obtained. Guru Nanak hath met the primal God, and is a sacrifice unto his feet. Salvation is only found in the Guru's instruction, which is open to all. Salvation is not obtained by reading all the Veds, the book of the Musalmans, the Simritis, and the Shastras. He who under the Guru's instruction repeateth the one word shall obtain unsullied glory. The four castes of Khatris, Brahmins, Sudras, and Vaisyas are partners in God's word. Nanak, by repeating under the Guru's instruction the name of God, who dwelleth in every heart, man shall be saved in this age. Ashtapadi, the magnification of God's name. The Simritis, the Veds, and the Purans proclaim that without the name all ritual is false and valueless. The name, which is unequalled wealth, abideth in the hearts of the saints. Transmigration, worldly love, and sorrow are removed in the company of the saints. They who indulge in worldly love, strife, and pride shall assuredly weep. They who are without the name shall find no happiness. By boasting of his property, bonds are forged for man. They who devote themselves to works of mammon shall be born in hell and heaven. By reflecting and reflecting and reflecting, I have come to this conclusion, that without the name there is no happiness, and man assuredly faileth. Many come and go, die and are born again. Without knowing God all is vain, and men wander in wombs. They to whom God is merciful obtain the society of the saints and repeat God's name, which is ambrosia. Millions, yea, countless and endless persons search for God, but God is near him whom he causeth to know him. Forget me not, O bountiful one, grant me thy name. It is Nanak's pleasure to repeat thy praises day and night. Chant. God ever speaks mildly. God, who is my friend and my Lord, speaketh mildly. I am weary of trying him, but he never speaketh harshly. The perfect God, who thinketh not of our demerits, knoweth not how to speak harshly. To purify sinners is God's function. He destroyeth not a particle of man's work. He dwelleth in every heart. He pervadeth everything. He is the nearest of the near. The slave Nanak is ever under the protection of God, his immortal friend. The advantage of singing God's praises. Bilaval. Exalted, peerless, endless Lord, who knoweth thy merits? By singing them man is saved, by hearing them man is saved, and multitudes of sins are effaced. O Lord, thou savest beasts, sprites, and idiots. Even stones thou causest to cross the terrible water. The slave Nanak hath entered thy asylum, and he is ever and ever a sacrifice unto thee. The first verse of the following is often inscribed on new houses. The true Guru hath made my house and family permanent. He who slandereth them is already destroyed by the Creator. The slave Nanak taketh the protection of him whose word is eternal and incomparable. Advantages of meeting the Guru and his saints. The cripple can cross over a mountain, the blockhead become an accomplished preacher, and the blind see the three worlds on meeting the pure Guru. O my friends, the advantage of the company of the saints. With them impurity is washed away, millions of sins set aside, and the heart purified. Such is service to God that by it an ant can overcome an elephant. God hath given the fearless gift to him whom he hath made his own. For him a lion becometh a cat, and a mountain a blade of grass. They who toil for half a dam have become very rich. What praise of thine can I utter, O thou of endless excellences? Mercifully grant Nanak thy name, O God, otherwise he cannot behold thee. The Guru's self-abasement before God's saints. Let me perform service for thy slave, O Lord, and wipe his feet with my hair. Let me give him my head as an offering, and listen to the praises of the abode of pleasure. My soul reviveth on meeting thee. Wherefore meet me, O merciful one. Night and day my mind is happy thinking on the merciful one. O God, attach me to the skirts of thy saints who save the world. O God, grant me the gift of the dust of the saints' feet. I have no tricks of speech or cleverness, nor can I labour in thy service. Preserve me from doubt, fear, and worldly love, and cut away death's noose. I implore thee, O Lord of mercy, O Father, to cherish me. O abode of happiness, let Nanak sing thy praises in the company of the saints. Abase thyself before the saint of God. Draw water, fan, and grind for God's slave, and then thou shalt be happy. Burn for him in the fire, empire, possessions, and dominion. Touch the feet even of the saint's servant. Forsake the possessors of wealth and the lords of umbrellas. The saint's dry bread is equal to all treasure. The 36 dishes in the house of the infidel are as poison. A man is not naked when he clotheth himself in the rags of the saints. He loseth his honour when he putteth on the silken robe of the infidel. When one contracteth friendship with an infidel, it is dissolved halfway. Whoever serveth God's saint shall be saved in this life and the next. Everything is produced by thee, O Lord. Thou didst contrive this contrivance of the world. Nanak, on beholding the saints, singeth God's praises. The Guru's search for God. Searching and searching, I search around the forest for that God who is undeceivable, invulnerable, and inscrutable. When shall I behold my God, the delight of my soul? Better than waking is the dream in which I abide with God. As I listen to the Shastras on the 4 castes and the 4 stages of life, I am not satisfied, but thirst to behold God. He hath no colour nor outline, nor is he made of 5 elements. He is imperishable. The saints and some rare man of great sanctity may describe his appearance. They whom he mercifully meeteth are to be congratulated. His doubts vanish, who seeth God within him and without him. Nanak, he whose acts are perfect meeteth God. There is salvation for the repentant sinner. Body, wealth, and youth pass away. Thou hast not repeated God's name, and day hath dawned on thee while committing sin at night. Through continually eating various forms of food, thy teeth are worn and drop out. Thou wert robbed while talking of thy possessions, and thou didst feel no compunction on committing sin. Great enormities are a terrible sea of trouble, in which man perisheth. But the Lord God, O Nanak, taketh the arm of him who seeketh his protection, and extricateth him. The Guru's love for God. I am in love with the Beloved. The Lord hath drawn me with such a strong thread, that if I try to break it, it will not break, and if I try to let it go, it will not go. O Lord, mercifully abide day and night in my heart. I am a sacrifice to God, an account of whom I have heard, but cannot express. The slave Nanak, thy slave of slaves, prayeth, O God, show me thy mercy. Submission to God's saint is equal to all pilgrimages. The feet of the Supreme Being's slave, whose praise is pure, are equal to 1,000,000 of pilgrimages to the Ganges. Nanak, he who batheth in the feet of the holy man shall have the sins of many births washed away. Bilaval-Ashtapadi. The Guru describes his love for God. O God, there is none but thee. The love of my heart for thee is like that of the chakor for the moon, or the love of the fish for the water. As the bumblebee forsaketh not the lotus, as the chowki desireth the sun, so Nanak thirsteth for God's feet. As the husband is the life of his young bride, as the covetous man is pleased with the gift of wealth, as the affinity of milk for water, as the very hungry man desireth food, as a mother loveth her son, so, O Nanak, ever remember God. As the moth falleth into the lamp, as the thief fearlessly stealeth, as the elephant is entrapped through his lust, as the sinner is caught in his misdeeds, as the gambler's vice forsaketh him not, so Nanak applieth his soul to God. As the deer loveth the hunter's bell, as the chatrik longeth for the raindrops, so I live by association with the saints. I love to worship God, and my tongue repeateth his name. O God, grant Nanak a sight of thee. He who singeth, heareth, or writeth God's praises shall receive all the reward thereof from God. He shall himself cross over the ocean of the world and save all his family. God's feet shall be a boat for him who, in the association of the saints, singeth God's praises. O Lord God, protect mine honour. O God, Nanak hath taken the protection of thy door. Gaund. Man, even when captivated by the world, shall be saved by seeking God's protection. O man, thou art caught like a fish or a monkey. Thou art captivated with the dye of the safflower. The movements of thy feet and thy breathings are counted. Thou shalt only be saved if thou sing God's praises. O man, understand this and cease thy perversity. Canst thou not find a place to dwell in at home? Why goest thou to others' houses? Impelled like an elephant by the pleasure of lust, thou remainest attached to thy family. As birds meet together and again separate, so thou too shalt be separated from thy people, but thou shalt obtain a firm abiding place if, in association with the saints, thou meditate on God. As the fish perisheth through love of its palate, so foolish man is ruined by his covetousness. Thou art in the power of thy 5 enemies, but thou shalt escape from them by seeking God's protection. O destroyer of grief, be merciful to the poor. Man and the lower animals all are thine. May I obtain the favour to continually behold and meet thee. Nanak is the slave of thy slaves. The supreme efficacy of God's protection. Him who the Protector protecteth, the Formless One shall assist. Fire shall not touch him in his mother's womb. Lust, wrath, covetousness, and worldly love shall not affect him. When man repeateth the name of the Formless One in the company of the saints, dust shall be thrown in the face of whoever slandereth him. The spell of God's name is armour for his slave. Enemies and ill-wishers can make no impression on him. He who indulgeth in pride shall pass away, while God protecteth his poor slave. God will embrace and defend him who falleth under his protection. He who is very proud shall, in a moment, be blended with the dust. I am ever and ever a sacrifice to him, who is, was, and shall be the True One. God hath mercy and protecteth his slaves. He is the support of Nanak's soul. God described by negatives. Wonderful and greatly unequalled is the description of the soul of the world, the Supreme Being. He is not old, nor is he young. He hath no sorrow, nor is he caught in death's halter. He neither perisheth nor departeth. In the beginning and in every age he pervadeth the world. He feeleth not heat nor cold. He hath no friend, no enemy. He feeleth nor joy nor mourning. Everything belongeth to him, and he is potent to act. He hath no father and no mother. He is without limit and from the beginning. He is not the subject either of virtue or of vice. In every heart he is ever awake. He created one energy Maya with the 3 qualities. Great Maya is his shadow. He is undeceivable, invulnerable, inscrutable, and compassionate. Compassionate to the poor, he is ever merciful. His condition and measure cannot be known. Nanak, I am a sacrifice unto him. End of section 22. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. Section 23 of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by Max Arthur MacAuliffe. Section 23, Jaitsari Ki War, Part 2. Ramkali, a prayer to God, a miscellaneous instruction. Have mercy upon me, O bountiful to the poor, and think not at all of my merits or demerits. Why should we wash clay? O Lord, to be unclean is a condition of man. O my soul, serve the true Guru, and thou shalt be happy. Thou shalt obtain whatever thou mayest desire, and not again feel sorrow. God fashioned us frail vessels, put his light within us, and cherisheth us. We act as the Creator predestined for us from the beginning. Man claimeth his soul and body to be entirely his own, hence his transmigration. He thinketh not on him who gave them. He is blindly wrapped up in worldly love. He who knoweth the God who made him shall reach his unequalled palace. May Nanak thy slave serve thee, and sing thy praises, O God. By due meditation on God, man is preserved from the deadly sins. My God hath assisted me, and I have disposed of all mine enemies. I have bound the enemies who plundered this world. My God is the true Guru. To utter his name and put confidence in him is equal to enjoyment of the delights of many empires. The Protector watcheth over him who thinketh of none but him. He whose support is thy name alone, O Lord, despiseth the world. He who hath met the Giver of comfort becometh perfect. He is not deficient in anything. On meeting God, the best thing, man obtaineth the supreme position, and forsaketh it not to go elsewhere. I cannot describe a being like thee, who art true, invisible, and infinite. Nanak, our Lord is unequalled, unfathomable, and unwavering. Praises of God. Thou art wise, thou art immovable, thou art my caste, thou art my lineage. Thou art unwavering, thou waverest never. Then how can I feel anxiety? Thou alone art the one God, thou alone art the one King. Through thy mercy I have obtained happiness. Thou art a lake, we are thy swans. In thee are gems and rubies. Thou art the giver, thou hesitatest not at all. We eat from thy hands, and ever are happy. We are children, thou art our Father. Thou puttest milk into our mouths. We all play, and thou ever fondlest us. Thou art ever brimful of excellences. Thou art perfect, and fillest every place. O perfect one, we too are satiated with thy company. After many efforts I have become blended with thee. Nanak, there is nothing more to be said. A votary of Krishna invited Guru Arjan to see the circular dance in honour of his god. The Guru replied that the whole world was dancing and playing, and there was no necessity to go to such an entertainment. A man ought to dance as follows: make thy hands the cymbals, thine eyes the kettle drums, thy forehead the rebeck, thine ears the sweet pipe, and thy tongue the prelude. Bring dancing with the heart as the motions of thy hands and the tinkling anklets. Bring dancing with the heart as the motions of thy hands and thy tinkling anklets, and dance to God. Let the compassionate one be the spectator, and behold thy dressing and decorations. Let thine arena be the whole earth, the firmament above its canopy, and the breath the sole manager. From the water and the other elements God created a puppet to which acts are attached. In the four corners of the earth God lit up and placed both the moon and sun as lamps. There are 10 dancing girls and 5 accompanists together in one chamber. They separately gesticulate and all speak different tongues. In every house there is dancing day and night, and in every heart the trumpets sound. God causeth one man to dance in secular occupations, another he diverteth therefrom, and a third he debases by transmigration. Saith Nanak, he who meeteth the perfect Guru shall not dance again. Instruction to a Yogi. O Yogi, the 4 Veds call to thee, but thou obeyest them not. The 6 Shastras also tell of one thing. The 18 Purans combined speak of the one God. Yet, even so, thou hast not found their secret. The Kinguri of God playeth an unequal strain, O intoxicated Yogi. In the first age the village of truth was inhabited. In the Treta age there was some falling off. In the Dwapar half the truth remained. By the Kal 1/4 remained, and then God was shown by the Guru. On one string the gems of souls were strung. They were all kept separate by knots. The rosary thus formed revolved in many ways. When God draweth the string, they all come together. From the 4 elements the body was constructed. In it there were difficult passages and many windows. When the Yogi cometh searching and searching to God's door, then, O Nanak, he shall find God's private apartment. Thus shall his Kinguri play an unequalled strain. On hearing it, the Yogi's mind will be pleased. The Guru recommends God's love instead of the practice of yoga. There are the full sounds of the 5 musical instruments. Without being struck, they play wondrously and marvellously. The saints, God's people, sport there. The Supreme Being pervadeth all things, but it is not combined with them. In his palace are happiness, composure, and joy. The company of the saints sit and sing God's praises. Theirs is not the malady of transmigration. There only God's name is remembered. Few are they who there find rest. Love is their food and singing their support. There are countless everlasting seats. There no one falleth or wavereth or runneth astray. It is only by the favour of the Guru a few find that paradise. There is neither doubt, nor fear, nor worldly love, nor mammon. There in deep repose is the merciful God, who hath not end or limit. He is at once concealed and manifest. Nanak, the wonderful condition of him cannot be described, in whose heart is God's love. The following was addressed to a tyrannical official. Thou amassest wealth by causing misery, but it shall not avail thee. It shall only benefit others. Thou practisest pride and actest like a blind man. Thou shalt be bound by death's halter in the next world. Dismiss thy jealousy of others, O fool. Thou hast but one night to stay here. Though intoxicated with wealth, thou must depart. Yet thou continuest to love vanities. In the period of childhood one is heedless. In the heyday of youth man is attached to unsavoury pleasures. In the third stage of life he amasseth wealth. When old age cometh on, he leaveth everything and departeth with regret. After a long time man obtaineth a human body so difficult to obtain, but it is as dust without the name. He who knoweth not him who created him is worse than a beast, a sprite, or an idiot. Hear me, O Creator, Gobind, Gopal, compassionate to the poor, ever merciful. If thou free men, they shall be freed from their bonds. Nanak, the world is heedless. O God, pardon and unite us with thee. Where the saints dwell and pray, there is heaven. Where the saints put their feet, there are 68 places of pilgrimage. Where the name is uttered, there is heaven. Advice to a Brahman. Sing the praises of God's name, O Pandit. Religious ceremonies are of no avail. Pride is of no avail. Go home contented in thy mind. The Hindu gods, goddesses, and sacred books know not God's greatness. The Veds know not his greatness. Brahma knoweth not his secrets. The incarnations know not his limit. The Supreme Being is without limit. Only God knoweth his own state. Men merely speak of him from hearsay. Shiv knoweth not his secret. The demigods have grown weary searching for him. The goddesses know not his secret. The unseen Supreme Being is over all. God playeth according to his pleasure. It is he who separateth. It is he who uniteth. Some wander, others he applieth to his worship. He causeth men to know his works. Hear the true instruction of the saints. It is only they who have seen with their eyes who can tell God's greatness. He is not the object either of virtue or of vice. Nanak's God is all in all. The Guru warns man to seek God's protection betimes. O man, neither thy body nor thy soul is thine own. It is by thy worldly love thou fallest into such error. Thou friskest about like a lamb or a kid. When thou expectest not, death will cast his noose and hurl his quoit at thee. O my soul, seek the protection of God's lotus feet. Repeat the name of God the Helper who is with thee, and, under the Guru's instruction, thou shalt obtain the true wealth. The imperfect things of this world will never be perfect. Man is ever miserable on account of lust, wrath, and pride. He committeth sin to gratify his heart. O thoughtless man, nothing will go an inch with thee. Thou practisest deceit, and knowest many tricks. Thou laboriously siftest dirt for cauries. Thou never thinkest on him who gave thee everything. Thou art greedy for perishable things, and thy pain will not leave thee. When the Supreme God was compassionate, my heart became the dust of the saints' feet. God with his lotus hand hath attached me to his skirt. Nanak hath become absorbed in the truest of the true. Ashtapadi. God's praises and the Guru's instructions to men. O man, remember the Preserver, who fashioned thee out of this water, and made thy earthly body. The luminous one who gave thee speech, understanding, and reason, and who protected thee in thy mother's womb. O man, forsake all else and meditate on him who gave thee father and mother, who gave thee brother and sons, who gave thee a wife and friends. Remember that God who gave thee priceless air, who gave thee priceless water, and who gave thee fire to burn. O man, remain under that God's protection. Place thy heart at the feet of that God who gave thee 36 species of food, who made within thee a place to contain them, and who gave thee land and chattels to use. O man, adore the feet of that God who made thee eyes to see, ears to hear, hands to work, feet to walk, a nose, a tongue, and a head to crown all, who made thee pure from being impure, and who gave thee the highest among all births. Wilt thou now be accepted by him, or wilt thou not? O man, thine affairs shall be arranged by meditating on him. In this world and the next there is but the one God. Wherever thou lookest, there is he. The heart is slow to serve him, but by forgetting him man cannot abide for a moment. We are sinners and without merit. We do no service or good deeds. The boat of the Guru is only found by good fortune. Nanak, a stone floateth over by associating with the saint. The object of the following composition is to instruct man to remember God at all seasons. Guru Arjan's seasons. Ramkali. Slok 1. O man, salute God the Supreme Being, and desire the dust of his saints' feet. Nanak, dispel pride, repeat the name of God who is omnipresent. He is the remover of sin, the dispeller of fear, an ocean of happiness. Nanak, ever meditate on him, the compassionate to the poor, the destroyer of sorrow. Chant. O fortunate beings, sing God's praises, and God will be merciful unto you. Delightful the season, the month, the hour, and the time when you repeat God's name. Blessed are they who, imbued with love for God, with single mind meditate on his attributes. Profitable are the lives of those who have found him. Good acts, alms, and religious ceremonies are not equal to God's name which removeth all sin. Nanak representeth, I live by remembering him who is free from transmigration. Slok 2. Strive to attain the inaccessible and inapprehensible, and bow to his lotus feet. Saith Nanak, mention of thee by those who supporteth the name will be pleasing to thee. O my friends, seek the protection of the saints, and remember the eternal God. Nanak, by repeating God's name, you shall become green from being withered. Chant. Excellent is the season of spring. Chet and Baisakh are pleasant months. Having obtained God as my spouse, my soul, body, and life bloom afresh. O my companions, when the lotus feet of the immovable spouse enter my house, I rejoice and am happy and glad. He is beautiful, clever, and wise, a recognizer of merit and inestimable. I have obtained him by great good fortune, dispelled my sorrow, and fulfilled my desires. Nanak representeth, by seeking thy protection, my fear of death is dispelled. Slok 3. Nanak had been bound in the soft fetters of the record of his previous acts. Without the company of saints, he killed himself wandering and doing various religious acts. But now he is released. God blendeth with himself those who please him. It is he who also separateth man from him. Nanak, I have fallen under the protection of God, whose glory is great. Chant. Jeth and Har form the hot season, when the heat is intensely severe. God looketh not on the woman who is separated from his love. She is ruined by great pride. She beholdeth him not, and dieth in agony. Attached to Mammon, she is displeased with God, and gapeth like a fish out of water. Death shall punish her for her sins, and she shall dread the transmigration which awaiteth her. Nanak prayeth, preserve me in thy asylum, O thou who fulfillest desires. Slok 4. My love is attached to my beloved. I cannot abide for an instant without him. Nanak, he of his kind disposition filleth my soul and body. He who was my friend at many births hath taken me by the hand. God, with hearty love, hath made Nanak the slave of his feet. Chant. The rainy season in Savan and Badon bestoweth comfort and joy. The lowering clouds rain, and sea and land are filled with honey.
God pervadeth every place, and His name, which is the 9 treasures, filleth my heart. By remembering the Lord, the Searcher of hearts, whole families are saved. They who are awake in the love of the Beloved shall never be shamed. The Merciful One will ever pardon them. Nanak representeth, I have obtained God as my spouse, who ever pleaseth my soul. Slok 5. Thirsty with desire, I wander thinking when I shall behold God. O Nanak, is there any friendly holy man who will bring me to meet Him? Without meeting Him, I have no rest. I cannot abide for a moment. Nanak, by entering the sanctuary of God's saints, my desires shall be fulfilled. Chant. In Asu and Kartik, the cool season, I thirst for God and make preparation to meet Him. Searching for a sight of Him, I wander thinking when I shall meet the Lord of excellences. I have no happiness without my beloved spouse. My necklaces and bracelets are all hateful to me. However beautiful, clever, accomplished, and wise I may be, my body is as if it had not breath in it. My soul thirsteth to meet God. I look here and there and in every direction for Him. Nanak prayeth, O God, Lord of excellences, mercifully unite me with Thee. Slok 6. Nanak, since I have met the all-pervading God, my doubt as to whether I am separated from God or not hath been removed. My heart burning hath been slaked, comfort hath ensued, and I have peace of soul and body. God sent holy men with this message. I am not far from Thee. Nanak, by repeating the name of the all-pervading God, my doubts and fears have been dispelled. Chant. In Magar and Po, the snowy season, God appeareth to me, and I am refreshed. I have obtained a sight of God, my heart burning hath been slaked, and deceitful mammon put to flight. All my desires have been fulfilled. I have met God face to face, and as a worshipper have worshipped His feet. Singing the praises of the unseen and inscrutable is my necklace, my hair strings, my decorations, and all my delight. Death cannot look at those who desire the love and service of God. Nanak representeth, God hath blended me with Himself, and my love shall not now be sundered from Him. Slok 7. When a happy wife hath obtained the wealth of God's name, her mind never wavereth. Nanak, by association with the saints, God the Friend appeareth in the heart. Woman enjoyeth millions of songs, joys, and pleasures with the dear Beloved. By repeating God's name, O Nanak, man obtaineth the fruit his heart desireth. Chant. Magh and Phagan, the autumnal season, are pleasing to the heart and full of excellence. O my friends and companions, sing a song of rejoicing. God my husband hath come home. My jewel hath come home. My heart meditateth on him, and my couch is beautiful and bright. The woods and glades become green. On beholding the scene, I am entranced. By repeating the pure spell in my heart, I have met the Lord, and my desires have been fulfilled. Nanak representeth, I have met my spouse, God the bearer of prosperity, and shall now be ever engaged in dalliance. Slok 8. The saints are succourers of the soul and pilots across a terrible ocean. Nanak, know them for the most exalted of all, for they love God's name. They who know God have crossed over. They are brave, they are heroes. Nanak is a sacrifice to those who, by repeating God's name, have reached the shore. Chant. The saints' feet preside over all. By means of them all troubles are erased. They dispel the pain of transmigration and cause devotion to God to enter the heart. They are imbued with God's love and intoxicated with divine knowledge. I forget them not for a moment. He who renounceth pride and falleth under the protection of their feet shall obtain all favours from the Lord of the world. I salute God, Gobind, the ocean of excellence, Sri Rang, the primal Lord. Nanak supplicateth, do thou, O God, who art the same in every age, have mercy on me. Jaitsari Ki War 2. A Sikh called Mahila asked the Guru if saints could free men from the fear of transmigration and unite them with God. The following was the Guru's reply. As I have heard of the true Guru, so have I found him. He is the mediator at God's court, and uniteth with God those who have been separated from him. He maketh fast the spell of God's name in the disciple's heart, and healeth the malady of pride. Nanak, God caused those so destined from the beginning to meet the true Guru. By propitiating God, everything is obtained. If the one God be my friend, all will be my friends. If the one God be my enemy, everyone will quarrel with me. The true Guru hath shown me that without the Name all is vanity. The infidel and the evil who are attached to the pleasures of the world shall suffer transmigration. Nanak, by the favour of the true Guru, I have recognized the Lord God. The perverse. Friendship with the perverse is an alliance with mammon. While we look on, it fleeteth away, and findeth nothing to arrest it. While the perverse have raiment and food, they cling to us. The day they get nothing, they utter abuse. The perverse and those in the darkness of ignorance know not the state of the soul. A false joining will not last. It is like a broken stone cemented with mud. The blind know not themselves. They suffer in the midst of false occupations. Involved in false worldly love, they pass their days in pride. God bestoweth his favour on those to whom he extendeth his mercy from the first. Nanak, they who seek the shelter of the true Guru are saved. The Guru prays for a holy life. Be merciful, O my God, that I may pass my life with the saints. They who forget thee are born and die. Their sorrows are never at an end. O man, where the way is difficult, nay, everywhere, remember the true Guru in thy heart. By repeating God's name, no one shall obstruct thy path. It is only the saints who can influence God. Thou, O Lord, comest not into man's power even by abundant supplication. Thou comest not into man's power even by reading the Veds. Thou comest not into man's power by bathing at places of pilgrimage. Thou comest not into man's power by running over the earth. Thou comest not into man's power by any artifice. Thou comest not into man's power by giving copious alms. Everyone is in thy power, O inaccessible and inapprehensible. Thou art the power of the saints, thou art their strength. When the feet, head, mouth and soul are beautiful. The feet are beautiful which move towards thee, O Lord. The head is beautiful which boweth to thy feet. The mouth is beautiful when it singeth thy praises, and the soul when it entereth thy protection. God's praises. Thou, O God, art great. Greatly unrivalled is thy dignity. Various are thy manifestations. Thine acts cannot be known. Thy life is within animals. Thou knowest everything. Everything is in thy power. Thy palace is beautiful. It is filled with joy and gratulation. Without pride, thou bearest honour, greatness, and splendour. Thou art filled with all potencies. Thou appearest everywhere. Nanak, thy slave of slaves, make supplication before thee. The Guru's devotion to God. I am a sacrifice unto thee, O great God. Of me, who am without merits, thou art the perfect benefactor. Thou art the compassionate Lord of the poor. Standing or sitting, sleeping or waking, O man, deem God thy soul, thy life, thy wealth, and thy property. The thirst for a sight of thee, O God, is great in my heart. Nanak prayeth, make me happy by a sight of thee. Maru. Instances of the success of devotion. The boy Dhru at the age of 5 years was helpless, but by remembering God he became fixed and immortal. Ajamal through love for his son called upon Narayan, whereupon the good angels smote the myrmidons of death. What numberless persons my Lord saved! I am poor, of little intellect, without virtue. I fall at thy door for protection. The pariah Balmik was saved, so was the wretched huntsman. The elephant which remembered God even for a moment was saved. God preserved his servant Prahlad, and Narsingh tore Harkinas with his nails. Vidur, son of a handmaiden, became pure and his whole family illustrious. What sins of mine can I confess? I have been absorbed in the false love of the world. Nanak hath come to God's sanctuary and shelter. O Lord, stretch out thine arm and take me to thee. By devotion man obtains salvation during life. When my fate was favourable and God merciful, I sang His praises. My toil hath ended, I have obtained rest, and all my wandering is at an end. Now I have obtained the dignity of real life. I have remembered God in my heart under the protection of His saints. I have banished lust, wrath, avarice, and worldly love. These enemies all I have banished. Ever the Almighty is present to view. Nowhere is He distant. I have obtained happiness and rest. All my desires have been fulfilled by the assistance of the saints. God in a moment hath purified the sinner. God's praise cannot be expressed. I have become fearless. All fear hath departed. I have taken the shelter of God's feet. Nanak singeth God's praises and fixeth his attention on Him night and day. True religion is not found among Hindu sectaries. The Pandit shouteth aloud the Veds, but his heart is slow to good works. The silent devotee sitteth apart, but the knots of desire are in his heart. The anchoret abandoneth his home, but he is not saved by flight. To whom shall I tell the state of my heart? Where shall I find him who has saved himself, and who will bring me to meet God? The penitent chasteneth his body, but his thoughts wander in every direction. The brahmachari practiseth continence, but there is pride in his heart. The sannyasi wandereth in pilgrimages, and while there quarrelleth with strangers. The Ramdasis, in their efforts to get bread, put on tinkling anklets and dance before idols. Men fast, perform their daily religious duties, and the Sikhs act for the purpose of ostentation. With their mouths they chant sacred songs and hymns, but they sing not heartily God's praises. God's saints are pure and free from joy, sorrow, covetousness, and worldly love. If God be merciful, my soul shall obtain the dust of the saints' feet. Saith Nanak, when I meet the true Guru, my anxiety shall depart. My Lord God is the searcher of hearts. The Beloved knoweth all the secrets of my heart, so I have forgotten all my idle prayers. Maru Anjali, a homily addressed to a Mohammedan. At night all animals congregate under a tree. Some speak hotly, and others gently to one another. When the sun riseth they depart, as when their lives have come to an end. Those who commit sin shall assuredly be ruined. Azrael will seize and torture them. When the bookkeeper calleth for their accounts, the Creator will consign them to hell. No brother or sister will accompany them. They shall depart, leaving their property, their youth, and their wealth. They know not the benevolent Creator, so they shall be oppressed like bundles of sesame. Thou mayest rob others of their property, but God, who is with thee, O man, seeth and heareth thee. Through worldly greed thou fallest into a pit, and knowest not the future. For this reason thou shalt be born and die, and be born again, and suffer much punishment in a distant country. Mortal, blinded he is, knoweth not who made him, wherefore he shall suffer misery. Man straying from his Maker is ruined. The play of the world is evil. Man is sometimes sad and sometimes glad. He practiseth not truth or patience. He goeth not to the saints, but wandereth as it pleaseth him. God himself performeth the whole play. One man he extricateth, and another he sinketh in the waves. As God causeth man to dance, so he danceth. Every one passeth his life according to his past acts recorded on his forehead. If the Master be merciful, man shall meditate on him. If man associates with the saints, he shall not fall into hell. O Lord, grant the gift of thine ambrosial name to Nanak, and he shall ever sing the song of thy praises. Maru Ki War 2. The Guru's devotion to God and his longing to behold him. If thou but say the word, O my friend, I will cut off my head and give it to thee. Mine eyes long to behold thee. My love is with thee. I see that all other love is false. I shudder at clothes and food until I behold the Beloved. O my spouse, I arise at dawn to behold thee. Collyrium, garlands, betel, and dainties are all as ashes without the sight of thee, O God. Love and longing for God. If thou, O God, be my friend, separate not thyself from me for a moment. Thou hast fascinated my soul. When, O my life, shall I behold thee? The house into which the bridegroom comes is happy and imparts happiness to others. If thou enter my courtyard, the whole land shall become beautiful. When I am without my spouse, the one God, nobody careth for me. Everything shall be beautiful if the bridegroom come and make my courtyard his own. Then the wayfarer who cometh to my house shall never depart empty. Against adultery. What shall I say to thee, O blockhead? Look not on another's vines. Art thou their master? Nanak, the whole world is blooming like a garden of flowers. In this world, take care how thou travellest. Walk along the footpath. There is thick slush on the grounds. Take care lest thy feet slip and thou be splashed. Men rely on unrealities and are disappointed. Thinking what is false and transitory to be real, thou runnest before others to seize it. But Nanak, it shall melt away like butter in the fire and fade like the water lily. The Guru stimulates his soul to piety. O foolish soul, thou art lazy in God's service. A long time shall elapse before this opportunity shall return. Man acts heedlessly, but the Guru can guide him. Thy thatch is of thick grass, yet, O careless man, thou lightest fire in it. They who are so fated shall obtain shelter in the teacher. Man's worldly efforts will not secure salvation. The following couplet has in view the practice of offering huge cakes at the shrine of Sakhi Sarwar. The priests read the Darud, receive the offered cakes, break off small pieces for the pilgrims, and keep the solid remainder for themselves. The feast then begins. Where there is no priest, the Darud is not read. Nanak, men grind corn, cook, prepare, and set the bread before them. But without the true Guru, they must sit and watch without eating until the Darud is read. The following is repeated by Sikhs as a grace before meals. Nanak, those who propitiate the Guru cook loaves, put them on the dish, and eat to satiety. Shrink not from efforts for salvation. Turn thy attention to the next world. Turn not thy face backward. Nanak, make thyself now acceptable, and thou shalt not be born again. God is a friend who pleases all. My merry friend is everyone's friend. All think him their own. He maketh no heart sad. They to whom the Guru once looked up before his installation now look up to him. They whom I followed are now following me. They on whom I rested my hopes now rest their hopes on me. The Guru desires to sacrifice himself as a wife for her beloved spouse. May I become a couch for my beloved, and my eyes its coverlet. If he look upon me but once, I shall obtain happiness beyond all price. May I become a throne also for my beloved king. If he put his foot on me, I shall bloom like the lotus. The Guru is the only regenerator. God, who is unseen and not subject to destiny, is not obtained by devices of wisdom. God is not found in the 6 Hindu systems, nor in roaming and wandering, nor in wearing religious garbs. They who fast until they see the moon are of no account. Though they read the whole of the Veds, they understand not God, the real thing. They draw marks on their foreheads, make ablutions, but within them is blackness. He who weareth a religious garb findeth not God without true instruction. He who is led astray can only find the road if favourable destiny had been written on his forehead at first. It is only he who beholdeth the Guru with his eyes whose life is regenerated. Rise betimes and remember God. Rising at dawn, repeat God's name and meditate on the Guru's feet. The filth of birth and death shall depart by singing the True One's praises. Without the Name, the body is altogether blind and empty. Nanak, his human birth is profitable in whose heart the true Master dwelleth. Select good companions. Nanak, break with the false and seek for the saints who are true friends. The former will leave thee while alive. The latter will not forsake thee even when dead. Tukhari chant. Devotion to God and the Guru. I am a sacrifice to the darling Guru. I have given my soul unto him. Hearing his words, my soul is happy. My soul attached to God's love is happy as the fish in water. Thy worth, O God, cannot be described. Thy palace is unrivalled. O Lord, bestower of all merits, hear the supplication of one poor man. Grant a sight of thee to Nanak. He is a sacrifice unto thee. he hath sacrificed his life unto thee. Bhairo. The following prayer is uttered by pious Sikhs on awakening in the morning. I am happy when rising, I am happy when sitting. I feel no fear when I know that the one Lord, who is a searcher of all hearts, is my protector. I sleep without anxiety and awake without anxiety. O God, thou art everywhere contained. Nanak, since the Guru fixed his spell in my heart, I abide happy at home and find peace abroad. The following was written on a theme of Kabir. I practice not fasting nor observe the Ramzan. I serve him who will preserve me at the last hour. The one Lord of the earth is my God, who judgeth both Hindus and Mussalmans. I go not on a pilgrimage to Makkah, nor worship at Hindu places of pilgrimage. I serve the one God and none other. I neither worship as the Hindus, nor pray as the Mussalmans. I take the formless God into my heart, and there make obeisance unto him. I am neither a Hindu nor a Mussalman. The soul and body belong to God, whether they be called Allah or Ram. Kabir hath delivered this lecture. When I meet a true Guru or Pir, I recognize my own master. Piety and worldly pride contrasted. Excellent, 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 excellent is thy name. False, 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 false is worldly pride. True are thy servants who have obtained a sight of thee, the incomparable one. Without thy name the whole world is ashes. Wondrous is thy might, I praise thy feet. We are enriched by uttering thy praises, O true King. Thou art, O God, the support and shelter of those who have no support. Cherisher of the poor, I meditate on thee day and night. The Lord himself is kind to Nanak. May my heart not forget him who is my life and soul. Miscellaneous instruction. God, the creator of all things, is fascinating, formless, the giver of happiness. Who is so intoxicated with the juice of sin that he can leave such a God and worship elsewhere? O my soul, worship God. I have seen all other devices. By attending to them, man's work is marred. The perverse, blind, and spiritually ignorant leave God and worship a goddess who is his handmaiden. Being without the Guru, and like unto beasts, they slander those who worship God. The soul, body, and wealth are all God's. The apostates say that they are their own. They are proud. Their understanding is evil and filthy. Without the Guru, they must again wander in the terrible ocean of the world. God is not found by penances, burnt offerings, or by visiting the banks of rivers. By effacing himself and seeking the Guru's protection, Nanak crosseth over the world. All animals are led astray by their senses. The disease of pride hath impoverished man. The disease of lust subdueth the elephant. Through disease of the eye, the moth is burned to ashes. Through disease of the ear, the deer is ruined. Every one we see hath his own special disease. It is only my true Guru, united with God, who is freed therefrom. Through disease of the palate, the fish is caught. Through disease of the nose, the bumblebee dieth. The whole world is the prey of disease, entangled in the disease of worldly love and sin. Through disease man dieth, and through disease he is born. Through disease the soul wandereth in wombs again and again. Man cannot free himself from the toils of disease even for a moment. Without the true Guru, disease never forsaketh him. When God is merciful to anyone, he taketh his arm and freeth him from disease. The fetters of him who hath obtained the association of the saints burst. Saith Nanak, the Guru hath cured his disease. Man is slow to good and swift to evil. Man is not slow to devise evil, or ashamed to have intercourse with a prostitute. All day man laboureth, but when it is time to remember God, he feeleth as if adamant had fallen on his head. Attached to mammon, the world is led astray. Thy Creator never entereth thy mind, O man. Toiling and moiling in vain, sufferest thou hardship. Yet thy worldly business is never completed. Thy heart is absorbed in lust, wrath, and covetousness, and thou shalt die gasping like a fish out of water. He who is ever preserved by God himself, ever repeateth his name. Nanak, he who hath found the true Guru, singeth God's praises in the company of the saints. How happiness is obtained. There is no happiness in the acquisition of great wealth. There is no happiness in beholding the performances of acrobats. There is no happiness in conquering many countries. All happiness is obtained by singing God's praises. Some of God's attributes. God the Cherisher is merciful. Who can count His merits? He hath many forms and manifestations. He is the Lord of all. With Him are varied knowledge, varied meditation, varied devotion and penance. Various are His merits, His voices and His sports. Various holy men keep Him in their hearts. Near Him various voices and various instruments continually sound. He hath various relishes. Various sins and maladies are removed by hearing His praises. Nanak, serve the unequalled God, through whom all the advantages of sacred rivers, of the Sikh schools, of fasting, worship, and of wandering in pilgrimages are obtained. Vasant. The attributes of the holy. It is he who associateth with the saints who is the real penitent. It is he who loveth the Guru who constantly meditateth on God. It is he who hath obtained the fear of God who is without fear. It is he whose doubts depart who is happy. It is he whose heart is fixed who is a hermit. It is he who hath found the true place who is permanent. The season of spring, which is an emblem of our transitory life, is also the time for a new access of devotion. Our hearts bloom on beholding the flowers of spring, but these quickly fade. Remembering this, let us completely abandon pride and become absorbed in God's lotus feet. Ye fortunate, come to God. Think upon God, O my soul. On the margin of the stream there are very many sweet-smelling trees. Yet some one shrub is withered there. But since the season of spring hath come, it now blossometh luxuriantly. The Kal age hath now arrived. Freely plant the one Name. It is not at all the season for other planting. Never wander astray in error. He on whose forehead such destiny hath been written shall obtain God on meeting the Guru. O my soul, this is the season of the Name. Nanak uttereth God's praises. Hari, 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 Hari. Injunctions to the Guru's Sikhs. Join and unite together, my brethren. Lay aside differences, love one another. Associate yourself with God's name, O holy men. Spread your mat and sit upon it. In this way, my friends, throw your dice. O holy men, repeat God's name day and night, and at the last hour you shall not suffer. Make the practice of religion your board, and truth your pieces. Conquer lust, wrath, covetousness, and worldly love. Such a game is pleasing to God. Rise at dawn, perform your ablutions, then, and at bedtime, worship God. My true Guru shall cause you to win the critical throw, and you shall go home with happiness and comfort. God Himself playeth. God Himself looketh on. He Himself made what is made. Nanak, the man who playeth under the Guru's instruction shall win the game and go home happy. God's praises. Only Thou, O Lord, knowest Thy power. None beside Thee knoweth it. He to whom my beloved Guru showeth mercy recognizeth Thee. I am a sacrifice to Thy worshippers. Thy place, O God, is ever beautiful. Thy play is unequalled. Thy service can be performed by Thyself and none other. It is only he who pleaseth Thee, and whom Thou lovest, who is Thy worshipper. Thou art the great giver. Thou art the great sage. There is none equal to Thee. Thou art omnipotent. O my Lord, how know I how to worship Thee? Thy palace is invisible, O my dear one. It is difficult to obey Thy will. Saith Nanak, I have fallen at Thy door. Protect me who am stupid and ignorant. Sarang. The servant's dependence on his master. Everyone remembereth his master. Whoever is a servant goeth to his master to tell him his sorrow, to tell him his joy, to tell him his state. It is from he getteth honour, from him strength, from him advantage. Some rely upon empire, youth, wealth, and possessions, others upon fathers and mothers. Instead of all these, Nanak hath had the Guru, and all his hopes have been fulfilled. The Guru found happiness in God's asylum. O God, I have come to Thine asylum. The anxiety of my mind hath departed since I obtained a sight of Thee. Though I spoke not, Thou hast known my state, and caused me to utter Thy name. By uttering Thy praises, my misery hath fled. I am filled with happiness and peace, and altogether delighted. Taking mine arm, thou hast brought me forth from the blind well and abode of mammon. Saith Nanak, the Guru hath cut off my entanglement, and though I was separated from God, hath brought me to him. Thanksgiving to God. O God, how friendless and helpless am I! From what humble beginning didst thou make me, man, by thy power? Giver of life and soul to all creatures, thou art unequalled. Thy merits cannot be described. Thou art the beloved of all, the cherisher of all, the support of all hearts. No one knoweth thy state or condition. From thyself alone hast thou made the extension of the world. Nanak prayeth, seat me on the boat of the holy man, and I shall cross over the dangerous ocean. Khandra. Exhortation to devotion. Come, my friends and saints, sing God's praises with joy and pleasure, and your sins shall be erased and put aside. Lay the feet of the saints on your foreheads, and there shall be light in your dark abodes. By the favour of the saints, the lotus of the heart bloometh. Repeat God's name, and behold him near you. Nanak is a sacrifice to the time when, by God's mercy, he found the saints. Prapati Ashtapadi. A satire of certain forms of Hindu worship. The mind containeth great wrath and pride. Men worship and make great display. They perform ablutions and make the marks of quoits on their bodies. Yet the filth of their hearts never departeth. No one hath found God in that way. Men impress Vishnu's marks on their bodies, yet their minds are fascinated by mammon. They commit sin and are in the power of the 5 evil passions. They bathe at places of pilgrimage and say that all their sins are vanished, yet they again fearlessly commit them. The ministers of death will bind and take them away to his city. They put on tinkling anklets and play cymbals, while in their hearts there is deception, and they wander like demons. A serpent is not killed by beating his lair. God who made man knoweth all things. They perform fire penance and wear ochre-coloured garments. Smitten by some calamity, they run away from home, leave their country and wander abroad, taking the 5 deadly sins with them. They have their ears torn and steal morsels to live on. They beg from house to house and fail to be satisfied. They leave their own wives and ogle the wives of others. They find no home and are very miserable. They make vows of silence and speak not. In their hearts are worldly desires, and they wander in births. Abstaining from corn, their bodies undergo pain. They understand not God's order, but are filled with pride. Without a true Guru, no one hath obtained the supreme state. Inquire of all the Veds and the Simritis. The perverse perform useless works, which, like a house of sand, have no stability. They to whom the merciful God is pleasing, not the Guru's word in their garments. Among millions only a few saints are seen. Nanak, a man is saved in their company. He who is lucky obtaineth the sight of them. He is saved himself and saveth all his family. End of section 23. Recording by Pardeep Ahluwalia, Ottawa. Section 24 of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by MacAuliffe. Section 24. Hymns of Guru Arjan, SAHASKRITI Sloks. SAHASKRITI Sloks of Guru Arjan, addressed to Krishnan Lal and Har Lal, 2 Brahmins who went from Benares to visit the Guru. God preserves the holy man. A huntsman, on seeing a deer, may discharge hundreds of thousands of arrows and miss him. So he whom God preserveth, O Nanak, shall not have a hair of his head touched. The life of a king, however great, hangs by a hair. A king may make many efforts. Strong and brave men may serve him on every side. He may dwell in a steep and lofty place, and never think of death. But when the order of God cometh, O Nanak, an ant can take away his life. Dismiss all anxiety for thy relations, and love God alone. Be not anxious for thy mother, father, brother, or for men. Be not anxious for wife, son, friend. Being occupied with them is to be subject to mammon. One merciful, all-pervading God is the cherisher of all beings. The holy man is the real hero. All the saints are an invincible army of heroes who have donned the armour of humility. The repetition of God's praises are their weapons, the Guru's words their shelter, and the bucklers in their hands. They are mounted on horses, chariots, and elephants, and know God's way. They walk fearlessly among the armies of their enemies and charge them with God's praises. They conquer the world, O Nanak, and take captive the 5 thieves. Man is debased without the Guru's instruction. The life of mortal without the Guru's instruction is accursed and defiled. The blockhead is not equal to a dog, a donkey, a raven, or a snake. Death cannot affect the holy. Nanak, death's myrmidons shall not look at him who worshippeth God's lotus feet, keepeth God's name in his heart, and singeth his praises in the company of the saints. All earthly things may be gained, but not devotion without God's grace. Not difficult to obtain are wealth and beauty. Not difficult to obtain is the sovereignty of demigods. Not difficult to obtain are pleasing viands. Not difficult to obtain is elegant raiment. Not difficult to obtain are sons, friends, brothers, and relations. Not difficult to obtain are women's favours. Not difficult to obtain is accomplishment in learning. Not difficult to obtain is cleverness and dexterity. But God's name alone is difficult to obtain. Nanak, it is obtained by his favour in the company of saints. The 6 attributes of the saint. He is called a holy man and perfect saint who is filled with the following 6 pairs of qualities. Who possesseth the spell of God's name and meditateth on him who filleth every place. Who deemeth woe and weal as the same, and whose life is pure and without enmity. Who is compassionate to all creatures, and who hath expelled the 5 deadly sins. Who subsisteth on God's praises, and who abideth in the world untouched by it as the lotus in the water. Who instructeth friend and enemy alike, who loveth God's service, who heareth not slander of others, and abandoning pride becometh the dust of all men's feet. The deadly sins. O love, thou art an invincible hero in the fight. Thou crushest even the very powerful. Thou fascinatest the company of the musicians of heaven, demigods, men, beasts, and birds. I bow to God the Creator. Nanak seeketh the protection of the Lord of the world. O lust, thou givest an abode in hell. Thou causest men to wander in many a womb. Thou stealest the heart. Thou pervadest the 3 worlds. Thou destroyest devotion, penance, and virtue. Thou conferrest scant happiness, O bodiless one. Thou art fickle. Thou fillest high and low. But fear of thee, saith Nanak, is dispelled by associating with the saints and taking shelter in God. O wrath, thou root of strife, there is never mercy in thee. Thou takest sinful mortals in thy power and causest them to dance like monkeys. By association with thee, man is debased. The myrmidons of death inflict various punishments on him. Nanak prayeth, O destroyer of the sorrows of the poor, merciful God, preserve all creatures from wrath. O thievish covetousness, thou playest many a prank with the great. Through thee thy wandering mind greatly wavereth in every way and manner. Thou hast no respect for friend or lover or relation or parent. What ought not to be done, thou doest. What ought not to be eaten, thou eatest. What ought not to be made, thou makest. Such is thy reputation. Take me into thy protection, O God. This is Nanak's prayer, O King of men. O sinful pride, source of transmigration, thou abandonest friends and holdest fast unto enemies. Thou spreadest many an illusion. Through thee the soul groweth weary of transmigration and suffereth much pain. Through thee man roameth astray in the terrible wilderness and contracteth very dire and incurable maladies. The only physician is the Supreme Brahm, the Supreme Being, who Nanak worshippeth. The following prayer is repeated by many Sikhs while performing their morning ablutions. O Lord of the soul, Gobind, Ocean of mercy, Guru of the world, O destroyer of the world's grievances, full of compassion, dispel every sorrow. O thou capable of affording shelter, merciful Lord of the poor, have mercy on us. Nanak, when God, whether called Ram, Damodar, or Madhwar, is remembered, this perishable body obtaineth comfort. God's power. The power with which God supporteth the firmament and enclosed fire and timber, the power with which He supporteth the moon, the sun, and the lunar mansions, and infuseth light and breath into the body, the power with which He cherished the embryo in the mother's womb and protected it from the fire of its dwelling, with the same power, O Nanak, God restrained His seas and allowed not the world to be wasted by their waves. By devotion apparent impossibilities may be accomplished. This couplet is recited by Gyanis as an introduction to the reading of the Granth Sahib. By remembering God in the company of the saints, O Nanak, and seeking His protection, mosquitoes can pierce rocks, ants cross mire, cripples traverse the ocean, and blind men see even in the darkness. God is not in the guise of the Hindu deity Vishnu. God hath no shell, no quoit, no mace, nor is He of sable colour. Wonderful is His form, He is unborn. The Veds describe Him as indescribable. He is the Most High, the illimitable, the indestructible. He dwelleth in the hearts of the saints. Nanak, they who know Him are very fortunate. When God is merciful, miraculous events occur. Nanak representeth, when God is merciful, a mountain becometh a blade of grass, and what is dry become green. They who are drowning swim, they who are empty are filled, and millions of suns shine in the darkness. End of section 24. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa.
Section 25 of the Sikh Religion, Its Gurus, Sacred Writings, and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sikh Religion, Its Gurus, Sacred Writings, and Authors, Volume 3 by Max Arthur MacAuliffe. Hymns of Guru Arjan, Gatha. Camphor, flowers, and perfumes become impure by touching man's body. Nanak, the ignorant are proud of the fat, blood, foul odors, and bones of which their bodies are composed. Were man to traverse with his eye the sky, the continents, the worlds, and its religions, even to the smallest particle thereof, O Nanak, nothing could be obtained without the saint. Know that death is real, and everything else that appeareth is unreal. God's praise, saith Nanak, which is obtained by association with the saints, shall alone accompany us. The mind wandereth to mammon, lovers, friends, and relations. Nanak, the abode of happiness which consisteth in worshipping God is obtained by association with the saints. The nim tree by association with sandal becometh as sandal. Nanak, while the bamboo, even though it dwelleth near, is not perfumed through its pride. By repeating and reflecting on the discourse in which God's name is interwoven, pride is effaced. Nanak, by letting fly the arrow of God's name, the 5 enemies are destroyed. The word of the saint is the path of peace. It is obtained by greatly meritorious deeds. Nanak, there is no transmigration for him who uttereth God's praises. When leaves wither and fall, they return not again to the tree. Nanak, without the name there is suffering. Man's days and nights pass in transmigration. The very fortunate who love the association of saints obtain God. Nanak, he who repeateth God's name and praises returneth not to the ocean of the world. Discourses on God are profound and endless, and few are there who understand them. They who understand them, Nanak, abandon worldly desires and repeat God's name in the company of saints. The saint's word is the prime spell. Through it millions of sins are blotted out. Nanak, by meditating on God's lotus feet, whole families are saved. Beautiful is that temple in which God's praises are sung. Nanak, the utterance of God's name, which only the fortunate obtain affordeth deliverance. The true friends, the saints, find God the friend who never vexeth man's heart. Nanak hath made him whose abode and greatness are immeasurable, the companion of his soul. Dishonour is effaced by a good son, who remembereth in his heart the Guru's spell, and loveth, O Nanak, God the permanent, who taketh man across the world's ocean. To forget God is death. To meditate on his name is life. Nanak, God is found by association with the saints, which is obtained by primal destiny. As the spell of the snake charmer draweth the fangs of the serpent, so, Nanak, the saint who is found by good fortune removeth misery. God pervadeth every place and giveth shelter to all souls. Nanak, his love toucheth the heart when the Guru extendeth his favour and showeth himself. When God's lotus feet cleave the heart, all comfort is obtained. Nanak, from the most ancient times the happy saints sing God's praises. They who utter instructive words and walk with the saints shall be saved. In the ocean of the world, Nanak, they shall not again obtain birth. Men may study the Veds, the Purans, and the Shastars, but it is the name of the one God that should be clasped to the heart. He who claspeth it to his heart saveth whole families. Nanak, very fortunate are the few who can thus save. Nanak, the remembrance of God's name, which saveth whole families, is obtained by associating with saints, whom only the very fortunate behold. The saints remove all sin and implant all faith in the heart. Nanak, they on whose foreheads it is so written obtain association with them. God was, is, and shall be. It is he who destroyeth and createth all things. Nanak, know for certain that holy men are the cause of God's love. Man loveth not the word which conferreth happiness. He is attached to the fleeting things like the safflower dye. Nanak, he obtaineth not spiritual happiness even in a dream. Disease, sorrow, and separation from God are his portion. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by Max Arthur MacAuliffe. Section 26. Punhas. The following quatrains are said to have been addressed by the Guru to Harihan, his wife's sister, who asked him to compose some devotional verses. In most of them her name is inserted. Others suppose that Harihan is a measure and means the same as Punha. The pen in the hand of the inscrutable one writeth on the forehead. He whose form is incomparable is concerned with all. Thy praises, O God, cannot be expressed. Nanak, on beholding thee, is fascinated and a sacrifice for the sight of thee. Seated in the company of the saints, I utter God's praises. I dedicate to him all my decorations and give him all my soul. Thirsting that he will come, I have made my spouse's couch. Harihan, when destiny is recorded on the forehead, we meet the friend. O my companions, a woman may prepare everything, lampblack for the eyes, necklaces, beetle. She may take the 16 decorations and apply unguent to her eyes. Yet it is only when the spouse visiteth her she obtaineth everything. O Harihan, without the spouse all decorations are vain. She in whose house he abideth is very fortunate. All decorations become her, and she is a happy wife. I sleep now free of care, since my heart's desires have been fulfilled. Harihan, when God came to my house, I obtained everything. My only hope was that my hopes might be fulfilled. When I met the merciful true Guru, I obtained the perfect God. In my body were many demerits, so that I was overspread with them. Harihan, when the true Guru is merciful, the mind obtaineth rest. Saith Nanak, I have meditated on God who is endless, endless. Difficult to cross is this world, but the true Guru hath caused me to cross it. Transmigration is at an end when the true Guru is found. Harihan, the nectar of God's name is obtained from the true Guru. I am lucky, happiness abideth in my home. O my companions, God who is a jewel in my breast, on beholding Him my sorrow departeth. I dwell with God who is the essence of all happiness, and in whose hand, O Harihan, ever abide wealth, perfection, and the 9 treasures. He who goeth to enjoy another man's wife shall be put to shame. How long shall the sins of those who continually steal others' property be concealed? By repeating God's praises, man becometh pure and saveth all his family. Harihan, by also hearing the Supreme God's praises and meditating on Him, man becometh pure. The heavens shine above, the earth below appeareth beautiful. In every direction shineth God's light. I long to behold His face. I wander searching in every country to find the dear one. Harihan, if good fortune be recorded on the forehead, a sight of Him shall be obtained. I have seen every place, but found none like unto Thee. The Creator constructeth Thee, O temple, therefore Thou art beautiful. Ramdaspur is thickly populated, unparalleled and beyond praise. Harihan, Nanak's impurities depart by bathing in the tank of Ramdas. Jaitsari in his heart desireth the friendly rain. He longeth for that to which his soul is attached. He wandereth lonely from forest to forest in quest of a drop of water. Harihan, thus God's servant prayeth for the Name. Nanak is a sacrifice unto Him. The friend's heart is beyond praise. His secrets cannot be known. It is only he who possesseth unequalled virtues who can recognize the real thing. When man's mind is absorbed in God, there is excessive love. Harihan, he who chasteneth the thief, his fickle mind, shall obtain the wealth of the True One. In a vision the Most High appeared to me, but I could not seize His skirt. A beautiful being, He shone. On beholding Him my heart was beguiled. I am searching for His tracks. Say, how shall I find them? O my friend Harihan, show me by what efforts I may obtain the Beloved. The eyes which see not the holy man are in evil case. The ears which hear not His instruction ought to be stopped. The tongue which uttereth not the Name ought to be cut in pieces. Harihan, when man forgetteth God, he daily declineth. The bumblebee is very proud, but he is caught in the petals of the lotus. His body is entangled therein, and he loseth his senses. But the sun alloweth his escape in the morning. Is there any such sun as will open the hard knot of ignorance for me? Nanak, the one Lord God who uniteth what is broken hath alone power to do so. I run in every direction on account of my love for God. How shall we destroy the 5 troublesome enemies, the deadly sins? Shoot them with the sharp arrow of meditation on God's name, and Harihan, thou shalt obtain the perfect Guru who is the destroyer of great sins. The true Guru hath conferred gifts which are never exhausted. God, being pleased, bestoweth the wealth of the ambrosial Name, by eating and enjoying which all pious persons shall be saved. Nanak, ever worship Him, and thou shalt never die. Wherever the saints go, the place is beautiful. All happiness is obtained by meditating on God's name. When God's creatures rejoice, the slanderer dieth in agony. Nanak, the saints' hearts are pleased reciting the Name. God is the purifier of sinners. Why not worship Him? False and contemptible is love of the world. How long shall we suffer it? By beholding a castle in the air, how canst thou be happy? Harihan, I am a sacrifice to those who know how to reach God's court. The fool, whose body is filth and very malodorous, hath done very many bad things. He wandereth in the darkness of pride, and thinketh not of death. Harihan, on beholding a castle in the air, why suppose it to be real? Who can preserve his life when it cometh to an end? The physician may prescribe endless remedies, but they are of no avail.
Therefore, O ignorant man, remember the one God who will assist thee. Harihan, without the name the body is dirt and everything is vain. Drink the medicine of the unequalled and priceless name. The saints eat the ambrosia of God's name in company, and give it to all to partake thereof. They who are so destined obtain it. Harihan, I am a sacrifice to those who enjoy God's love. When the assembly of the physicians is formed, God is in the midst of them, and medicines are effectual. Man's acts, bad and good, are disclosed, and Harihan, their troubles, diseases, and sins vanish. End of section 26. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. Section 27 of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. The Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by MacAuliffe, Section 27. Extra Sloks. Who are real lovers? They are the real lovers who know God and turn not away from Him. They who perform no service for Him are false and slink away. Devotion is sufficient without decorations. Without the Lord I will burn silks and satins in the flames. With Thee, O Lord, saith Nanak, I look beautiful even when rolling in the dust. The contempt of the world is love of God. By the Guru's instruction the Name is worshipped, and love for God and contempt of the world produced. When man subdueth the 5 enemies, the Maru Rag is profitable. The following was addressed to a covetous Brahman. If I have the one God, I have gained lakhs. How many doors for thee to beg at? O Brahman, thy life hath passed in vain, since thou hast forgotten Him who made thee. The punishment of sinners. Sinners shall lament for the sins they commit. Nanak, as a churning staff churneth milk, so shall Dhamraj churn them. The pious render their lives profitable and are honoured after death. The pious who meditate on the Name gain the advantage of human lives. Nanak, Dhamraj will tell them that they have made his court holy. Evil advisers. Men sink into evil sloughs through the sweet words of evil advisers. Nanak, they whose good fortune is recorded on their forehead escape their influence. Baba Nanak divinely inspired. God gave Baba Nanak the word as an inexhaustible wealth to use and spend. As long as God is merciful, so long shall that capital never diminish. The Guru in his search for God would sell his body for wings. If I could find wings to purchase, I would take them for an equal weight of my flesh. I would attach them to my body and search for and find the friend. To sit with God the King of Kings is the Guru's highest honour. My friend is the true monarch, the King of Kings. To sit near him, in whom all must have faith, is an honour. End of Volume 3. End of Section 27. Recording by Pardeep, Ahluwalia, Ottawa. End of the Sikh Religion, its Gurus, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 3, by MacAuliffe.